turn shit off. And we'll definitely be doing Hangouts because watching me do anything with combat is currently painful, I imagine. Okay. We want this. So I've adjusted my bandage so I can now press the buttons pretty well. It's just not as reliable because I'm using like the edge of my finger.
Before I get into, as a member of the Lua, my usual job, for example, arranging.
Bai Shi has always. I'm sure she was simply.
Back to the topic. By Xiao and by I can go through the methods I use, all in a day's work for the. Currently, there are 100 and. Yes, I did. I'll go through the most. First is the period, then a discussion with Lady. Good. You factored in both.
Wait. I think I've not done it right. Hello.
Lady Ningguang. Good. Then let's do that. There are some slippery characters among the bidders, you see. So, even though my secretaries are very capable and experienced, I still can't help worrying for them a little.
How are you tonight?
Come on. The auction is being held at Eugene Terrace.
You're gonna make me walk all the way up to the terrace and walk. No. I've managed to get my bandage to the point that I can press buttons again. The injury being on the tip of my finger does help in the fact that it's not super bothered by me pressing buttons. What's up? Talk to the secretary. Oh, you, Byron.
Lady Ningguang, what brings you here?
I couldn't help but feel a little concerned. So I just came to see how everything is going.
We're about ready and people are starting to arrive. I think we should be able to start on time.
Very good. I think I'll host the auction myself.
Huh? You want to do it yourself?
Yes. Just in case anything untoward happens. I can take care of it myself.
Then we'll leave the auction itself to you. But we'll be sure to lend our full support behind the scenes.
Have you attended an auction before?
Have I attended one? I don't think so.
Well, would you like to participate this time? You don't have to bid, of course. Just experience the atmosphere. All right, then. Feel free to take a look around the venue before it kicks off. Check out the items up for bidding and see if there's anything you might be interested in.
So I have managed to unwrap it and rewrap it by myself. I figured out how, I found a guide to do it. And it went okay. The doctor said it would still be bleeding, and it was the first time. But I haven't had it really be bleeding since. It doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. I have to admit, I was really scared of looking at it because I didn't the whole night I was at the hospital. But also it would have been really hard to look at anyway because there's just so much blood. I'm scared of my mandolin, but I kind of need to use it again for something else.
It's about time to start. Find yourself somewhere to sit and we'll kick things off. Yes? What is it? That's for you to make a considered judgment on. It's precisely what makes auctions so interesting, don't you think? Until the bids exceed the value of the item you're after, you can keep raising the price. If the bids go beyond what you can accept, then you let someone else take it.
I have to say, the one thing that does hurt is picking up like cups and water. I can't describe it, but specifically when I pick up like cups and water bottles and stuff, for some reason, however it is that you're doing it, does make my finger hurt.
Yes, you should look forward to it. The first lot is a teacup from my personal collection. Bids starting at 10,000 mora. That's 10,000 mora for the teacup.
20,000.
30,000.
50,000.
80,000. 80,000 over here.
Dear God.
I'll raise that to 100,000.
120.
All right, 150,000. Anyone else want to keep going now?
150 once?
170?
Little Ben.
180,000.
180 once? 180 twice? 180. Sold!
Yeah, it's mine now.
Okay then. Moving straight on to the next lot. You seem to be getting quite into it. What a shame that you didn't manage to go home with anything. Of course it did.
I can't remember
That's
if this
because I
account
didn't
has
come here to sell my
money.
things. I'm sure you must find it quite odd that all these everyday items could fetch such a huge price. Since you're curious, why not go and talk to the buyers? I'm sure they'll give you the answers you're looking for.
I know on my main account I have, I think this was the account that I need to be, yeah, this was the account that I'm using my resin currently to, do the money ley lines. Because I started running, I can't remember if I have any, I don't think I have any more of Child's money to give away, to give to the bank, yeah. I've exchanged all of it. And for wishing right now, we're not going for either of them. I'm waiting for Writhely, and if I can swing it, Furina too. Hi, little Ben.
Today wasn't my day. Didn't manage to snag much. There were too many bidders, and they all seemed like experts to me. I guess I'll just have to wait for the next auction. Someday, I'll be the lucky one.
I may have paid an arm and a leg for this, but in the end, I got the result I wanted. Nothing of Ningguang's could ever be overinflated. I'm far from the only buyer who believes that owned by Ningguang is worth paying a premium for. So how much I make just depends on how many people are even bigger fans of Ningguang than I am.
Huh? You want to know why I paid so much? Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Because the previous owner was Lady Ningguang. Sure, the item may look pretty ordinary, but that's probably just because I'm not a connoisseur, so I don't know how to appreciate it. But I figured I'd buy it first, then go get it appraised by an expert. Then I'll be rich.
I mean, I like
Did
Ningguang,
you
but I'm
find the
not like a
answer yet?
super fan.
That's certainly part of it. But every bidder will have noticed that none of these items have a particularly high going rate on the market in and of themselves. Despite this, they were all willing to pay very dearly for them. I wonder, is faith in me really the only factor in their appraisal of the item's value? You'll see shortly. The one who spent the most money will surely be the quickest to realize. If all I wanted to do was make some quick mora by exploiting their blind faith in me, I have a million more effective ways of achieving that than hosting an auction. Every participant in this auction was handpicked by me, based on certain intelligence.
Lady Ningguang, something doesn't seem quite right with the items from today's auction. As unlikely as this sounds, and please forgive me for even bringing it up, but I had to ask. You weren't selling counterfeits today, were you?
Counterfeits? Absolutely not. What motive would anyone have for making copies of things like these? They are simply ordinary items, and there was no coercion or enticement during the auction. Every bid was voluntary.
Because we trusted you! Everyone knows that you love Mora, but we also know that you made your fortune through honest means, as opposed to scamming people.
You seem to have entered into dangerous linguistic territory there. You should know that unless you have evidence to support your outlandish claims, I am legally entitled to sue you for slander.
Oh boy.
Of course, if you have any genuine grievances about the auction, the lots, or the process, please enlighten me as to where exactly I went wrong.
You... Fine. Yes, technically it was all legitimate. Guess all I can do is take the loss. But if word gets out about today's auction, people are gonna start seeing you as a con artist. No one would dare do business with you after that. I guess what I'm saying is this really in your best interests?
Let me answer that with a question. You claim that you were willing to pay a high price because you trusted me. But is that really the full story?
What do you mean? What else could it be?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it could be something to do with a lost item from the original Jade Chamber collection that has quietly made its way into your hands. When the
Oh
Jade
boy.
Chamber fell, countless valuable items from my collection plunged into the sea. I organized a salvage operation, but still there were many items unaccounted for. A considerable number of these made their way back into Liyue Harbor through means unbeknownst to me, and passed through several pairs of hands before finally ending up in yours, and those of your fellow bidders today.
Wait, you mean...
Yes. Everyone attending the auction today is in possession of lost property belonging to me. Or, to put it another way, they were all people who have had a taste of something that was mine and convince themselves that I am someone to be taken advantage of. So I ask you again, your high bidding price, was it motivated by trust, or was it greed? The sole reason I held this auction is to reclaim my treasured possessions. If you are willing to return what is mine, I will refund all the money you spent in the auction today.
All right, fine. I guess I'll return it. You drive a hard bargain like everyone says. I'll go and get it right now. Please just wait here.
Despite his bad attitude, he cooperated in the end. Good for him. The issue was that all items of mine that have been fished out of the sea have changed hands numerous times already. Determining who has legal ownership would be an extremely long-winded process, with each item being assessed on a case-by-case basis. Even Yenfei says she'd have a difficult time defending my claims. I could have bought them back, but it's not in my nature to pay twice for the same thing. Least of all, when they'd be looking to make a handsome profit from my misfortune. After making some inquiries, I found them to be most uncooperative. So I had to resort to this auction to finally put a stop to all this nonsense. I just wanted my things back. Hardly an unusual sentiment. At most, a little childish perhaps. Which is another reason why I didn't tell anybody about my plan. What do you think it was about the Jade Chamber that defeated Osio?
The explosion?
Well, I think it was a combination of the weight and the energy it contains. Its great weight meant that it hit Osio with incredible force, while the energy within triggered that spectacular explosion. Every piece of the Jade Chamber, from the stone walls and wooden beams down to the smallest ornament, contributed to its total weight. But in the end, they became objects of merchants' greed. It's hard not to get a little irked thinking about it. Thank you for understanding. Now I've got one of my items back. Let me show you what makes it so special. The secrets of history shine through in the relics that survive. And this one now has the story of another age to tell.
Alright. Made it through that section. My hope is to get through Ningguang's and at least one other, maybe two. Beto's, I don't remember Beto's being a super long one. I know I've done that one.
Before I get into don't you think that this schedule is a bit of a light load? Yeah, that's true. Lady Ningguang has a lot of work to attend to, and frankly, she doesn't have many opportunities to rest. We do sometimes worry about her health, but her attitude is very Mora-driven. If by taking a break there's a chance she'll lose Mora, she'll never agree to it. Huh. I see where you're coming from. Yes, you have a point. All right then, let's go with your plan. I'm sure Lady Ningguang has plenty she wants to talk about with you. There's a lot of things that need doing over at the auction venue, so I will be leaving you now. I hope so too. You must be exhausted. Make sure you get
Yeah, I got real exhausted making that schedule. Okay, if we're taking time off, must be been exhausted because it was 4 a.m. I slept for like 11 hours last night. Which is probably good because I only slept like 5 hours the day before. Oh.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? There's nothing to worry about. We just need to go through the schedule you made and tick the items
Oh,
off one by one.
Ningguang,
So,
you're in for a
what's
shock.
item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baisha completely by surprise. Sure, there's no harm in changing my schedule around once in a while. My schedule is usually very tightly packed, and any extra time I can squeeze out is spent on preparing for the future. So, it'll be quite nice to take a break. I don't often feel tired. Seeing the Mora come in has a way of making me feel quite invigorated.
I wish I could say the
Still,
same.
your idea is very sensible. Mora can only lift a weary spirit. It cannot alleviate physical fatigue. So then, the days ahead of us. Any ideas on how to spend it? Something I never have time for. Ah, have you played the chess game I made? Or heard of it, perhaps? Yes. It's based on classic chess, but with different rules.
I don't know anything about chess. No, Ningguang, no.
A fun game, but also to capture Liyue's culture in a unique way. So I introduced a lot
I've
of
never
concepts
played a
that
game
aren't
of
part
chess
traditional chess,
in my life.
as well as different chess pieces and even boards. I'm constantly revising and expanding it. So far, there are over 30 editions. True. That's one reason why it's been difficult to catch on. But I don't feel that making it easier to learn is necessarily a good thing. Isn't one of the joys of playing chess to continually learn and progress through a complex set of rules? I think the key will be to make something that easily catches the attention of people who haven't played much chess before. I'm planning to make a new set with the board and pieces based on the battle for Liyue. One side will play the Guardians of Liyue Harbor. The other side will play the Fatui and Osio. No problem. I will let you try it out as soon as I finish the prototype. I want to make each of the chess pieces of Liyue Millennial as true to life as possible. And no Guardians of Liyue chess set would be complete without you, would it? I am indeed. Many of them, in fact. My thinking was that
That'll
only
sell
people
well,
who
at
pre-order
least.
the chess set at full price will be eligible to receive the limited edition Traveler chess piece. It seems only fitting for someone of your status. Naturally, since you are the face of that historic event. I intend to make chess pieces for everyone who was involved that day, including myself. Everyone who owns this chess set will preserve this moment in history in a vivid and compelling form. Then it's decided. Come with me. To make this chess piece, I need to take some measurements.
Where are we going? Does Perfume Lady also do clothing?
Oh, Lady Ningguang. And the Traveler.
You already know each other?
Oh, I think it goes a little deeper than that. I don't teach my hard-earned skills to just anyone, you know. There's a word.
You have a man,
Warm
Yinger.
1 minute and cold the next. Fickle.
You seem to be in a good mood today.
As ever. There's nothing special about today. But seeing you two has definitely perked me up. All jokes aside, how can I be of service today?
Remember the custom chess pieces I told you about? I'd like you to take her measurements today.
Whatever business I'm in, I am first and foremost a woman of many talents. Don't you remember when I taught you how to make perfume?
Oh shit, I just
There was no
bumped my
porcelain
finger.
involved in
That
that.
hurt.
As it happens, I'm a skilled tailor as well. What can I say? I'm in the prime of my youth, and I love all beautiful things. Is that so strange?
Yingar is every bit as proficient as any of the top tailors in the land. I've availed myself of her services many times before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just realizing that the Traveler only thinks I'm good at one thing. I see how it is. In which case, you'll find all the tools you could need in the room. Please, help yourselves. I'll stay outside and mind my own porcelain business, as you quite rightly suggested.
Huh? What are you expecting me to do here?
Oh, I think the Traveler is the one you should be asking about that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's hard not to tease when you're both so well matched. Come on then. Step inside, and I'll examine your body from tip to toe.
God, what is it with the leeway hangouts and me being like sexually harassed?
If I hear any strange new rumors after this, you will be my #1 suspect.
Rumors about the Traveler? Or the chess piece?
Either. Both are confidential.
Don't worry. I know where the line is. I'd never take a joke too far. Secrets are only fun when they're kept secret.
Just enough with the ambiguous phrasing, okay?
God.
You'll give people the wrong idea.
Because Alhaitham doesn't flirt with me in
Let's
his
just go.
You're
story
always welcome at
quest.
Scent of Spring. Come again anytime.
I slightly regret bringing you here.
I regret it
doesn't
too,
bother me.
Ningguang.
I just hope she didn't make you feel too awkward.
Oh, she
Now that
did.
your measurements are taken, let's go to Mingxing Jewelry and put an order in.
There will be flirting. Someone's got to do it. Mingxing out. Xiangling, don't climb on the poles.
Hello, Lady Ningguang. What can I do for you today?
That chess piece I told you about? We can start work now. I have the Traveler's measurements here.
Okay, let me just double check. Looks good. This has all the measurements we need. I'll pass them on to the craftsman shortly.
Good. And as agreed, please use top-grade materials only.
Of course, we are professionals, and we will do everything we can to deliver the high standard you expect. Although, speaking to you as a friend, I have to tell you that the sale price you indicated won't even cover the cost of production. I don't mean just the material costs either. Waiting around for top quality materials drags out the production time and also reduces the total quantity we can produce.
That's okay. This one is not for profit. With every previous set, there's always been some degree of commercial or marketing considerations to bear in mind. But this one serves more of a commemorative purpose. To that point, as you know, the prototype of the Jade Chamber chess piece has been in the works for a long time. But I haven't once followed up on the progress. Yes, and just like your piece, the Jade Chamber piece will be scaled for the game.
Yes, it's a challenging project, but also, not-for-profit is really not something I ever expected from Lady Ningguang. How do I put it? It just seems out of character.
In business, everything comes down to profits versus losses. You have to keep a cool
I was
head
gonna
and
say,
make rational
it's part of a
judgments.
larger
In other
project
words,
though,
you
so if
must be
this gets
shrewd.
people into playing it,
Shrewdness is easily perceived as cynicism in the eyes of others.
then
People probably think
other
of you as someone who cares only about money and
versions
not
will make
people.
profits.
Hardly the worst thing in the world, of course. But it has caused obstacles for me in the past. Well, for example, I once had a case where someone backed out of a deal with me to sell to someone else. We were both offering the exact same terms. It was simply because they didn't like me very much. Another case is where I offered distinctly more competitive terms in an investment, and this ended up arousing their suspicion. That Ningguang, they thought, she must be up to something. We can't let her get away with it.
I see.
But these problems disappeared all but completely after the battle against Osile. Why? Because the whole of Leo witnessed me destroying my Jade Chamber. At least, that's the most reasonable explanation I could think of.
Oh, I get it. You're saying that back when you sacrificed the Jade Chamber, you gained everyone's respect in return. You're not seeking to make a profit from these chess pieces because what you're commemorating is your personal contribution to Liyue Harbor. It was the deal of the century. And as long as you keep capitalizing on it, business will be plain sailing for you in the future.
I was gonna say,
Yes,
sometimes in business you do
exactly.
things where you take a loss
Very
on
to
one
the
thing
point.
because it'll help you
Truly a brilliant
go
strategy.
big on other things. It's like when
You really
stuff
are a
goes on
business
sale at the
mastermind.
grocery
Now
store.
I
They
understand
know
why
you'll
this
buy
set needs to
more.
be so perfect and why it's okay that it doesn't turn a profit.
It will be a lot of work, and I'm most grateful to you. Make sure the Traveler's piece is exactly how she wants it. We can't go letting her down.
Don't you worry. We'll put
That's
our
right.
all into it.
I'm a big hero
Well,
around here.
That's that then. Let's head back to the Jade Chamber. There's something I want to discuss with you.
My profit from the I guess I won't be getting a cut because this version of the game is not making a profit.
I have a question for you, and I'd like to hear your honest opinion. And I, in turn, will tell you how I really think. When we were at Mingxing Jewelry, I admitted that my decision to sacrifice the Jade Chamber was a calculated one. I had already considered what I stood to lose and to gain. When you heard that, did it make you think that maybe I really was a cynical profit chaser after all? Thank you. Yes. You see things the way they are, however they may appear on the surface. I was lying to Xingxi. My decision to destroy the Jade Chamber was nowhere near as thought through as I made it out to be. I just thought we should do what needed to be done, and this was a decision that only I could make. Afterwards, I consoled myself by reasoning that all my wealth comes from Leo Harbor. So, to lose Leo Harbor is to lose everything. In that sense, giving up the Jade Chamber would be a profitable investment in the long term. But it just didn't work. I was grief-stricken. Like a huge part of my heart was suddenly missing, because I had just severed ties with a lifelong companion. I stared out at the sea for goodness knows how long. I just couldn't let it go. I just couldn't. There was no way I could console myself. So why bother trying? But as time went by, I received so many thank you gifts and letters from people. Everyone was describing how they now saw me in a new light, how I'd become an inspiration to them. I gave up the Jade Chamber without a moment's hesitation, and I did it for the sake of Leo Harbor. And now, people are inspired to follow my example, to tackle their life challenges with the same unswerving determination. All of this was so encouraging to hear. It made me feel that my dear old companion's sacrifice was not in vain. Because, to most people, the idea that Lady
It's because
Ningguang is
she's
someone who battles with
famous,
grief
and so
and
admitting
struggles to
your
let go of their
weakness is
past is probably the
no-no.
furthest thing from the truth that they could imagine. This is one aspect of the truth that I can share only with you. The fact that I can't always be as strong as everyone thinks I am. Thank you for your comforting
I don't want to
words.
say the most difficult time has passed because,
Feels
like,
good even just
that
to be
ain't
able to talk
true,
about it.
bestie.
I'm sorry that you have to see me in this state, but look where I am now, standing on the deck of the Jade Chamber once more, taking in the view. It must be fate's reward to me, And if I end up having to do it all over again in the future, I will not hesitate to make the same decision again.
Okay. Just fly on down there. Which of these sources are? Oh, this one.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? There's nothing to worry.
And this time
Something I never have the opportunity to
is
do.
opportunity.
Interesting. Before I decide, I'd like to know, what gave you this idea?
Listen,
Because as far
I'm
as
not a
most people are concerned,
scheduler.
Mora is the key to any and all opportunities. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is what I appreciate about you.
Listen, it's limiting when you don't have Mora, but also like being rich you kind of like lose.
Is that okay by you? Thank you.
You lose like some idea. It's like the meme of like how much could a banana be? $10.
Before I joined the Leo Ichising, I was born into a humble family, and all the wealth you see now began with a single haul of fish. I had to. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Fishing isn't the half of it. You'd be amazed at some of the odd jobs I've worked in my time. A lot of the old folks like to brag about how I used to be their errand runner back in the day. They were tough times, but I had a clear goal and plenty of motivation. If I didn't make any money in the morning, I'd have no food for lunch. I guess that's why I came to be so obsessed with Mora. I want to relive that time for my life. Feel some of that drive again. Take a trip down memory lane. So how about it? Will you join me? Great. Then let me lay down the ground rules. We're not to use our status or reputation in Liyue Harbor to our advantage, and we have no starting capital. The goal is to see how much more we can make under these conditions.
Shit.
Okay, but working as a day laborer could be quite dull. Why don't we go down to the docks? They periodically throw out a lot of unclaimed or abandoned goods. We might find something that we can exchange for Mora. What does it matter? Don't worry about it. It's all part of the fun. Come on, let's go down to the docks.
I feel like I should have done the other one first. The Northland. We're gonna go work for the Fatui. Should have named my stream that. I worked for the Fatui. I'm assuming what we're gonna end up doing is like catching somebody doing a crime.
Lady Ningguang, to what do I owe the honor? Are you here to inspect the goods in the warehouse? You may have to wait a moment. I must have not gotten the message. Sorry, I won't be long. I'll grab all the paperwork right away.
Calm down. No need to panic. That's not why we're here.
Oh, you're just looking for me? I haven't done anything. Have I? I mean, I don't think so.
Nice. I should probably work on my new blade. Oh, fuck, I just hit it again. Oh, that hurt. I just keep bouncing it off my leg. Oh my god. Ow.
All right, the periodic clearances. Yeah, I've been handling those, strictly per the protocol. I make sure I post all the necessary notices.
No, I should probably work on my Nuvolet, but right now I'm working on my... Right now I'm just running artifact runs because I need a bunch of fodder to feed into. So I've got... Who do I need to finish? I re-outfitted my fish on my main account, so I need more fodder to finish up her artifacts. And then I need more fodder for Toma and Chevros' artifacts. And then Mulani's artifacts, I think, still need some fodder. And so I've been running the Natlin domain because in the background I can get artifacts for Sitlali and Oika.
It's hard to say. It really depends. Everyone has their own reasons. But as far as the warehouse is concerned, they all fall into these categories: unclaimed goods, damaged goods, or unpaid storage fees. As for the damaged ones, I guarantee you it's nothing to do with how they're stored. It's because some things go bad more easily than others. If it sits there in the warehouse for too long, it goes without saying that it could start to affect the other goods. But that aside, even the smell is just unbearable.
So, have you cleared out any of these goods recently?
I'm afraid we just finished clearing out all the big ones. But don't worry, Lady Ningguang. If you're here for an inspection, then I'm here to make it happen. Hang tight. I'll grab some of the smaller items for you right away.
Hold on. Oh.
With this whole finger thing, I've been putting my Furina to use because usually when I go in co-op, I bring out my Raiden. But I was having a lot of troubles because that requires you getting like up close and personal like in the meantime and stuff. And the dodging is not going so well. And so then if nobody has brought in a healer, I'm like screwed. But if I bring my Furina, even if I get hit, I can just switch to healer mode. So that's been my key while my finger's injured. My dad looked at a picture of it and he said it could be like it'll be over a month at least, probably 2 or 3, before it's completely back to normal. And he said like healing will probably be a couple weeks, and then the rest of those months will be more like I won't have feeling in the finger. Which is fine, because I'm pretty sure this is the same finger that I poured boiling water on and then didn't have feeling for a while, but...
I don't think he has quite grasped the nature of this situation.
Lady Ningguang, I had a quick run through the list and cleared out some more
items.
Oh my god! Please, inspect them.
Look at my finger-killing pasta salad.
Soggy food, an odd shoe, a broken mirror.
I feel like soggy food should just go. I feel so stupid having done this to my finger. Like, I know everyone does, and my dad talked about he's cut parts of his finger multiple times. I just feel like an idiot. And then I had to call my boss and have her drive me to the hospital, and that's very embarrassing too. And now I can't type. That's kind of part of my job. I mean, I can kind of type. I just have to one finger type everything.
It's a shame we missed the last clearance. We're down to the slim pickings now. Some of these are true junk, but there are a few items of value here. Take this wooden toy, for example. The wood is good quality. If you took it apart, there's quite a number of useful everyday objects that you could
Oh,
turn it
shit.
into. With a little work.
That sounds horrible. When I called my mom, I was sobbing, and she originally thought when I said I cut off the tip of my finger, I meant like the whole like first joint of your finger. And it wasn't until I said it was with a mandolin that she felt much better, but she was convinced she was gonna have to tell me to like put part of my finger on ice to preserve it.
Huh? You want it? Well, sure. Take whatever you want. It's all getting thrown away anyway.
Great. This is going well. Yes. And once we're done, we will find a merchant to give us an appraisal of their value.
I have no idea what's going on here, and I'm not about to ask.
Maybe we should have put on disguise as Ningguang. I think that maybe would have worked better. What merchant are we going to? Oh. All the way over here. Yeah. I've gotten better about being able to hit the sprint button. It's a little... Sometimes I have to hit it a couple times to get it to go. But... yeah, a little bit.
Lady Ningguang, welcome to my humble store. What can I get for you?
Actually, today's a little different. I'm not here to buy anything. I wanted to ask if you could take a look at some goods for me.
Just take a look. What for?
I know, and I want to start using my cleanse so bad, and I was planning on starting to learn how to use it once I got all those characters' artifacts finished leveling, but now I'm gonna have to wait because like I don't want to have to start learning a new character while I'm down a finger. I think my best option is to either use my Nouvelette team or use my Hyper Bloom team. Because my Nouvelette team doesn't need to use like the R2 a ton. And then my Hyper Bloom team is pretty good at taking care of things without me needing to do a bunch of attacks.
Oh, I see. Let me take a look then. I mean, I can take them. I have a few regular customers I can talk to. They should be able to salvage the raw materials. Shouldn't take long at all. But,
What's wrong? If it's too much trouble, please. There's no need to force it.
No, it's nothing like that. Well, anyway, let's talk prices. So all of these together... I'll give you 150,000 mora. How does that sound?
Oh, well...
No worries. The price is negotiable, of course, so we can discuss it further. If that figure's not what you had in mind, I can, bump it up a little. It'll be fine. I'm sure we can reach an agreement here.
What are your thoughts? Yes. At most, these items are only worth a couple of thousand mora.
Huh? Wait a minute. So you're really here just to sell a few things? And specifically, these things? I thought that was all code for some kind of inspection or something.
It appears so. We can't go on like this. Let's try something else. as long as we're in Liyue Harbor, this kind of misunderstanding is inevitable.
I'm telling you, we should have worn a disguise.
Go-Sonar probably wouldn't have handed all of these over to us, and you likely wouldn't be willing to buy them either.
To be completely honest, you're not wrong.
This goes against the rules we set for ourselves at the start. Are there any other ways for adventurers to make Mora besides their remuneration from the guild? Great. I don't mind. Let's give it a try. Lead the way.
You two have a good one.
I mean, she said that people, like some of the old people, remember her being an errand runner, so I don't know why we didn't just, like, go find them and be like, haha, we're living the good old memories. Like, she said they tease her about it a little.
This must be the place. Let's do this.
By royal decree.
Give up.
God, why is their Ningguang so much better than mine already?
Your life is mine.
We had to bench Ningguang, it just wasn't working out.
The feeling of creating your wealth with your own two hands is just as exhilarating as ever. Yes, I'd say so. Everything starts out small. You focus on quantity.
And my hope is to build.
And gradually shift to focusing on quality.
My original thought was to build my Mona.
We started with
because then we could do some electrocharge and some vape reactions. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe I should build like Barbara. But we don't really need the healing, so I guess just doing Mona would be fine because then we can swirl it.
I intend to. I'm not ready to stop yet. This time, let's try something a little more challenging.
I don't know. This team with Layla is working pretty good.
Don't be scared.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
It's nothing.
Another satisfying haul. Ah, what a feeling. That's very kind of you. But I know I'm no match for a professional adventurer like yourself. For me, a battle is just a form of exercise. A way to keep fit and use up any surplus energy.
It is getting dark, Ningguang.
Oh, no, not yet. There's more Mora to be made. Hey, look! What's that hole in the ground? Oh, I see. So if we catch it, there's Mora for the taking? Oh, how quaint. That was your Beto impression, was it? Well, I'm afraid I'm having far too much fun to stop what I'm doing and start bickering with you, Captain. Come on, let's go get this weasel thief. There it is! After it! Goodness, this reminds me of fishing. Not an easy catch. But we didn't let it slip away, and the haul is now ours. That's what counts. Let's see. A little over 1,000 Mora. We can't do any serious business with this amount of starting capital. We need to keep working hard. Actually, now that you mention it, I'm suddenly a little hungry. Huh. Amidst the thrill of the chase, I didn't even notice. Wangshu Inn is right there, but...
We'll have to use the Mora.
Same thoughts here. After how hard we worked to get our hands on this Mora, it would be a shame to eat it all in a single sitting. In which case, I think I'll take this opportunity to show you a skill that I used to be rather proud of. Yes, but the rule of the game is no fishing rods allowed. We're going fishing by hand. Come on, let's go down to the river.
I actually kind of love this for Ningguang. This has been a fun little Ningguang story.
Nice and spicy. My guiding star.
This should be enough. Let's head back to land and grill them. Here, have a taste of my cooking. A fresh catch can go straight on the grill with minimal preparation and it tastes delicious, even with no seasoning. It's a little charred, that's on purpose. I just like how
The
it
charring
tastes.
is the seasoning.
Normally, I have to make a special request to the chef if I want it to taste like this. It was nothing. Back in the day, I had to hurry home after work to do my household chores. Then, in the evening, it was out to the night market with the family to support our stall. I was always meticulous with the most menial of tasks. My mother always loved that about me. But, by the same token, she didn't love the idea of me leaving home and starting my own business. She thought it was just an unnecessary risk when I could just carry on helping out at home instead. You'd be more likely to see me pulling up outside Wanmin Restaurant and selling grilled tigerfish from a food cart. My childhood memories run deep. I'll always have a special affection for fish.
Is that why you like
They are
Beto?
confined to the water, and yet they live free, swimming around wherever the mood takes them. It is. I have greatly enjoyed experiencing the adventurer lifestyle with you. When I think back on all my hard work in the past, it motivates me to face the challenges that lie ahead in the future. That sounds great. I'm looking forward to it. But, a word of warning, I am very picky about my grilled fish. I can be a tough lady to impress.
Okay, we've just got one more. I forgot we also have the second part of Noel to do. One more Ningguang part to go.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? There's nothing to worry about. Something I I can see why you'd suggest that. You're thinking I could use my knowledge of how Mora works to my advantage and make a lot of money there. But Northland Bank is a special case. I rather suspect I would not be welcome there. Yes, and also... Never mind. I'll just show you. It won't eat up too much time. I expect they still hold a grudge against me to this day.
Run, Xiangling, run! Oh.
Cuisine is inedible.
Does Ningguang keep her money in Northland Bank? Hi, Andre. Hi, Katarina.
Lady Ningguang, I would hope that you're not here to create further trouble for the Fatui. With all due respect, too much official pressure will risk driving our bank out of business.
There's no need to be so hostile. I'm just here to talk business. So, are you in business or not?
That depends on the proposal, and it's not my decision alone. But first, tell me, why should we believe that you really are here for business? Because if you're here to make us suffer huge losses like last time, then I'm sorry, but none of us here can afford that.
Straight to the point, I see. Works for me. Traveler, we're leaving. Let's not waste any more of our time here.
Oh, man. They really hate you there, Ningguang. I mean...
Do you see what I mean now? Their attitude was just as I expected. That's for sure. Although our diplomatic relations with Snezhnaya haven't broken down completely. I dealt them a rather ruthless blow.
Well, no, the Fatui showed up on the ship. I was gonna be like, how did they prove that the Fatui was involved in that? But then I was like, oh shit, yeah.
Yes, with some exceptions, but that is more or less correct. If you encounter them in any other nations during your travels, be on your guard. They are more than just a commercial organization. That's okay. My intention here was to show you some of the repercussions of that great battle, but that's quite enough politics for today. Let's get back to our fun little survival game. Now that you mention it, yes. We're being watched. What are they plotting this time? My thoughts exactly. But we need to be discreet. If they realize we're onto them, then we'll lose the element of surprise. Let's act natural, determine who our tail is, then lure them somewhere more deserted so we can catch them. Keep moving, just walk forward at a normal pace and don't do anything to give away that we suspect anything.
The key here is consumer psychology. Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have a blast.
Okay, I think we have a few potential suspects. There's a lot of foot traffic here, but if you look closely, you'll see only a handful of people have been watching us constantly. But I'm still not sure which of them is our tail. Agreed. Whoever it is will continue to follow us.
Jewelry is out of stock, but we have some new items in.
It does, I feel like we've made it awkward by now going back in the other direction.
I think we've narrowed it down a little further, but let's stay calm until we're 100% sure. It shouldn't take much longer.
The key here is consumer psychology.
Wait. I'm sorry. There's multiple of them. Ningguang, there's Schneznayans everywhere. I don't know what to do.
I think I have the answer. Let's get out of his line of sight and sneak up on him. Don't get the wrong person, though, or all our efforts will have been for nothing.
What are you doing?
Come now. Did you really think we wouldn't notice you sneaking around?
What? I'm not doing anything.
I don't know what scheme Northland Bank has in the works, and I don't know what they're paying you. But let's make a deal. How cooperative you are now decides how much immunity I give you when this gets investigated.
I guess having Ningguang
Or do you
followed around
seriously
is
think
probably a
Northland Bank will
crime.
throw you to the wolves when push comes to shove? Why don't you weigh the pros and cons and give me a clear answer before I retract my offer?
Sorry, Lady Ningguang. My assignment was just to follow you, I promise.
It's
That's it.
probably
When you
illegal.
showed up unannounced at Northland Bank, everyone was instantly on high alert. We figured you must be up to something, but your brief conversation left us none the wiser as to your intentions. We couldn't just overlook it. We had to get to the bottom of it before we could put our minds at rest.
I know they're wary of me, but this is still an overreaction, surely. This all feels very suspicious. There must be more to this than he's letting on. I only took you there to demonstrate how tense things are. Somehow we only tested the waters, and ended up with the catch of the day. Is there anyone else following us besides you?
Yes. They would have seen this and reported back.
Then we need to get moving. The longer they have to react, the fewer clues they'll leave behind.
I mean, again, is this illegal? I don't know. I guess I don't know the laws of leeway. Maybe this is really illegal to have her. My headphones caught on a plant. Maybe it is really legal to have her followed around.
No time. I'll just have to improvise. Keep him with you. Do not let him slip away.
Oh, Vlad's gone inside. There's no one guarding the bank. Shit.
Are you saying that Ningguang hasn't done anything? Impossible. She wouldn't have shown up here out of the blue without good reason. Keep investigating. We must ascertain her intentions.
So much commotion. This must be an important meeting.
Oh, great.
It looks like I wasn't supposed to be privy to the contents of this particular meeting. This simplifies things.
So, you are here to investigate us after all. Where did you get wind of this?
That doesn't matter. What matters is that I made a brief and inconsequential visit, and your first reaction was to immediately arrange a sizable surveillance operation with myself as the target. You couldn't have advertised your guilty conscience more clearly if you'd tried. You may as well come clean. You know I will not turn a blind eye to any violation of the rules in Liyue Harbor.
Even if we cooperate with her investigation, she's bound to find problems even where there are none. Well, if you're such a stickler for the rules, you can carry out your investigation by the book. The Northland Bank has no obligation to cooperate, even with a member of the Liyue Qixing.
Fine by me. Then I'll take my time. But you'll be begging to tell me everything by the time I'm through.
I mean, I don't think they were actually doing anything, to be honest. Not to be like standing up for the Fatui here, but I don't actually think they were committing any crimes. Okay. I think I'm gonna try to get through Beta's and Noelle's, and then maybe tomorrow I'll do Sayu and Toma. Because then in order to do Diona, I need to work on I need to do the TCG. Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom first, though.
I can't decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Alright. Let's go go to the Alcor. Pull up.
Well, would you look who's here? Looks like it's going to be a day to remember. Guys, look who the sea washed up.
Ahoy there, traveler. So Captain really did invite you to join the homecoming celebration.
Hey, I heard that you took care of another crisis while you were in Inazuma. Are the rumors true?
That's what I heard too. Thanks to you, Inazuma's Vision Hunt decree was finally put to an end. Well done, traveler.
Captain's got quite the eye for people. She said she was sure that your trip to Inazuma would stir up some waves. And sure enough...
Look at you, being so modest. We all know what you did to protect Liyue Harbor.
I've heard that they tell stories about you in Mondstadt, too. The honorary knight. Pretty impressive.
I'd say someone of your caliber would be right at home in the cracks. Right, sailors?
That's right. Wow, I'm getting excited just thinking of being the Traveler's crewmate.
We were technically for a while.
I was worried you'd be too busy to show up.
Oh, Captain on deck!
Captain, we were just trying to talk the Traveler into joining the crew.
Yeah, come on, Captain Beto. Surely you've got a way to get the Traveler on board.
Well, she's on board right now for the celebration, isn't she?
Yeah, but just one celebration together is not enough. You know what we mean, Captain.
All right, I get it now. There is something special about you, Traveler. You earned everyone's respect, myself included. So it goes without saying that the Crux would be honored to have a crew member such as yourself.
No doubt about that.
But then again, a hero like yourself doesn't just set off on a journey without some bigger purpose in mind. So should a hero really drop what they're doing just to spend day after day drifting at sea with us? Well, if that were the case, then the Crux, known for always moving forward to the next horizon, would instead be holding someone back.
Right. I guess we didn't think that part through.
Remember, rather than seeking out strong members to join us, you should be focusing on making yourselves the strongest that you can be. If we are powerful, they will come to us. Isn't that why everyone here chose to come aboard in the first place?
Yes. A strong sailor is always looking for a sturdy ship.
I can't remember if Kazuha comes around.
Thanks for the reminder, Captain.
I can't remember.
Be sure you all keep that in mind. Now, there's no more need to hound the Traveler, as you were.
It's been so long.
And I have something to discuss.
There was a period on my main account where I was like going through a bunch of the Hangouts, and then I abandoned that effort. I believe I got through Goros on the list.
Hey, don't mention it. As a host, it would be pretty embarrassing to continue letting my guests be put on the spot like that. I can't go getting too caught up in my own reputation, though. That's certainly not how the Crux made it to where we are today. As the head of the fleet, my task is to keep us on the right course, no matter how turbulent the seas may become. But then again, the crew isn't usually this riled up. It's not that they're arrogant, they're just bubbling with ambition, that's all. Their excitement today comes from their great respect for you, both your strength and your character. So please, don't take it the wrong way. Oh, is that so? Well, it just so happens that we're doing some recruitment and training for new crew members while we're back. It'll be a first-rate chance to learn the life of a sailor. Since you're interested, why don't you come along and experience a sailor's life firsthand? I'm curious to see if you'll take the sea by storm in the same way you have on land. Nice. Come with me. Let's see how big of a splash you can manage.
Waves are as calm as always.
Chief Mate Juza's breaking in the newcomers, but I think we can spare you the tedium of that. After this, the new crew members will be arranged into 2 teams for more specialized training, according to their own aptitudes and the needs of the fleet. One team will learn comprehensive survival skills, including maritime emergency rescue, marine meteorology, psychological counseling, and so on. They will serve as the support team for the fleet, ensuring safe navigation. That's why we call them the Shield of the Crux. The vision of the crux. Oh, we don't have that many visions, kid. As one might expect, we call the other team the Spear of the Crux, because they'll be learning about naval warfare. They'll make up the armed portion of our crew. Also, they're responsible for handling the fleet's cargo deals. So, what do you think? Which team is for you? As I expected. You have a will to protect others. There are two main subjects that the Shield of the Crux focuses on. Survival knowledge and entertainment.
Oh boy, entertainment.
Survival knowledge includes prevention of injuries and diseases at sea, navigation and cartography, basic meteorology. You can go learn about these skills from Yinxing, Huixing, and Liushi. They're all seasoned hands in their respective fields. Each sailor has their own strengths and weaknesses. I'm no rookie, of course, but you shouldn't underestimate the knowledge of the crew. If there's anything I'm most proud of in the fleet, it's my people. Go and get to work. I'll have some questions to test you later. I look forward to seeing how you do.
Hello, traveler. I'm Yinxing, the Crux's surgeon at sea. Whenever a sailor has a health problem, they come to me. I deal with it all, from seasickness and common colds to amputations and everything in between.
When I get injured, I just eat food.
Oh, I presume the captain arranged this, correct? All right then, let's begin. First of all, let me ask you this. What do you think is the biggest danger that all new crew members face?
Seasick
That can certainly be a problem at sea, but it's not the biggest danger. The most dangerous thing for a newcomer is to underestimate the dangers of life at sea. Oh, I have seen many new crew members who see themselves as young and fighting fit and have no regard for safety. They think that since they are tough enough to look after themselves on land, they'll be fine at sea as well. Those are the ones that always end up in the sick bay. Everyone should know that being a sailor, especially on a long voyage, is a brutal job in an unforgiving environment. We have to face malnutrition when we're short on supplies, all kinds of injuries and diseases that the harsh ocean weather can bring, and even the psychological problems that can arise due to isolation and the lack of entertainment. To make things worse, the lack of medication and treatment options at sea can result in even minor health problems becoming serious, or even fatal. Oh, you probably thought I was joking, right? Well, that's not surprising. Most newcomers
there's a lot of your crew members who appear to be missing eyeballs.
With a little extra precaution.
I don't know if it's a fashion statement or a real thing,
I think that's enough for you to think over for now. Is there anything else you would like to know? Are you concerned about them?
Yes.
No wonder Captain Beto
I've yet to see any of them.
There must be more to you than just your strength.
Oh, thank you.
Convince Mora Grubber to show you the books. You'll see there is a regular fixed cost titled Convalescence Payments and Incapacity Support for Injured Crew Members. Regardless of the fleet's income, those who have fought alongside us will certainly receive their compensation every year. Some of those that have returned to land have started small businesses, while others have chosen to go out traveling the world. The money is intended to allow them to live their lives as freely as possible. I'm sure being based on land helps a lot with that too. Still, we can't pretend like it solves everything. They call them life-changing injuries for a reason, you know. But if nothing else, it's good to know that while Captain Beto is in charge of the Crux, no one will get forgotten. Is there anything else you would like to know? Well, my pleasure. Okay, let's leave it there then. Be sure to take good care of your health.
I try. You're over here.
Sorry about
about earlier, Traveler. We were so caught up on getting you to join the fleet that we didn't notice we were going a little overboard. Good thing the captain stepped in.
Oh! Well, in that case, you have come to the right person.
I might need a boat
I'm not just
someday.
blowing smoke. You're looking at the most talented navigator in Liyue Harbor. I'll start by introducing some chart reading essentials for new sailors. Feel free to interrupt if you have any questions. Let's start with what to look for when you get a set of complicated charts. First, you should always look at any indicated shorelines, islands or reefs, water depths, hydrological conditions, and other hazards. With these features in mind, you can answer the basic question of, can I chart a safe course through this area? Visually, nautical charts are a little unique. Unlike land maps, most charts do not have a fixed scale, which means that it can be hard to precisely determine the exact distance between 2 points. The most advanced nautical charts come with a supplementary chart, which has different colored lines marked on it to indicate distances. It's worth mentioning that under my direction, the crux is using these advanced kinds of charts. Some cartographers mark out other points of interest on their charts, usually with their own special symbols. If they don't leave any accompanying notes, they can be very difficult to interpret. Not only those, we have tattered and torn charts that we've picked up from all over the place. To be honest, it can be quite a challenge, even for me. Some of these charts are really old and have symbols that I've never seen before. But if we don't decipher them, we will certainly miss many secrets of the sea. Fortunately, we have the captain with us. She managed to find some ancient books on semiotics that I can use to study the charts further. I don't think anyone other than our captain can manage to get these kinds of resources. Old charts and ancient books on semiotics are not the kinds of things that are sold in your average marketplace. Oops, I've gotten off topic. Well, that just about covers the basics of chart reading. Is there anything else you would like to know, Traveler? Drafting charts? That's certainly a more advanced topic. To be honest, I've only attained a smattering of knowledge in that area. The charts we are using now are just revised versions of the ones left by the previous navigator. So my mapping experiences have been primarily limited to updating our charts to reflect changes in the sea. I think you can ask Captain Beto more about cartography. One time, the fleet sailed into an uncharted area by mistake. It wasn't long before we turned the fleet around and returned the way we came out for fear of potential hazards. But Captain Beto still managed to draft a simple chart of the area we sailed through for if and when we explore the area again. Incredible, isn't it? I was amazed to see that the captain could even do cartography. Because I have the talent, and she doesn't want to let it go to waste.
Well, and she probably has a lot of other things to do.
I initially had the same question myself. After all, in many fleets, the captain also works as a navigator. I couldn't understand her reasoning at the time, so I asked her. She just laughed and told me to wise up, saying that even Rex Lapis never fights alone. She wants everyone on board to master their role, so that the crux is not floating on her alone. That way, if the day ever comes when she's no longer with the fleet, we will still be able to sail onward without her. Captain Beto may seem aloof and even act careless sometimes, but the truth is that she's very considerate of everyone on board. Is there anything else you would like to know, Traveler? My pleasure. A friend of Captain Beto is a friend of mine.
Okay, where am I going next? This way. Oh. Oh no. Fuck you. Okay, we're gonna be smart about this. We bring out our gene.
Hello, traveler. Are you here to learn about marine meteorology? In my line of work,
Probably
I've got
because
to have
we've
a pair of
been
sharp eyes.
running around
I saw the
asking
captain
everyone
showing
about
you around
other
the training
stuff.
grounds, and then you went to see Yingxing and Huixing. So I figured that she probably wants you to get to know the life of a crew member. Okay, let's get started. First, I'll introduce you to the basics of meteorology. Marine meteorology basically means keeping tabs on the weather as well as other ocean phenomena, so things like sea fog, storm surges, waterspouts, and so on. These are all potential threats to safe navigation. Luckily, whatever weather might be coming up, there's always some kind of sign that gives it away in advance. Take waterspouts, for example. They're caused by high-speed rotating winds on the surface of the ocean. They can engulf large ships and do immense damage. But if you know that waterspouts can only form in an environment with high temperature, high humidity, and large clouds, then you can be well prepared. You will be even more alert if you also know that the presence of winds blowing in opposite directions, with a significant difference in speed, is a direct precursor to the formation of waterspouts. And most importantly, if you spot a small white vortex emerging from the clouds, you should immediately notify the crew to steer clear of what's ahead. So there you go. Those are the warning signs of waterspouts. I am proud to say that over the years, I haven't let a single one sneak up on my watch. Well, I'm good at reading the sea, but I'm not as good as the captain when it comes to reading people.
Oh,
Do you know
okay.
the small fishing village next to Wangshuin? I heard that when Captain was a kid, she worked there fishing with the adults. Later, she made her way to the harbor where she struggled to make a living. Managing to survive in an environment like that as a kid is solid proof of the captain's capabilities. If it wasn't for her, I never would have dreamed of taking this job. She gave me confidence and told me I could do it. You may not have heard, but I'm best known outside the Crux fleet for a slightly infamous story involving me, third-round knockout, and a few too many. Who would ever have thought that the rookie sailor who fell drunk into the sea and became a laughingstock among their now former crewmates would then go on to become a lookout for the Crux? But it's the
I
unbelievable
didn't know
truth.
that about you, but maybe I'll go
It proves
around to
that
the
having
third
skills
round
alone is not
knockout.
enough. You need someone like the captain who is a good judge of character. Find me anytime if you want to know more.
So, report back to Beto. Okay. We're coming, Beto.
So you've already finished talking to the crew, huh? I thought it would take you a while longer. So, what did you think? Now you know that the shield to the Crux is not such an easy job. Let's get started. First of all, life on the sea isn't always plain sailing. Injuries and illnesses happen all the time. But what is the single biggest danger facing crew members?
Underestimating
Is that your
danger.
final answer? All right, on to the second question. As you've just learned, the fleet plots its route using nautical charts. The charts used by the Crux have additional charts
Oh, I'm
attached.
supposed to be getting
The
answers
supplementary chart
wrong.
has lots of lines in various colors for added reference. What is the purpose of these lines? Okay, interesting. Now, last question. On longer voyages, we have to be especially careful to avoid certain weather hazards that pose a threat to the integrity of the ship and the lives of the crew. For example, waterspouts. So my question is, how can we reliably predict waterspouts so we can avoid them? Okay, those are all my questions. Congratulations, you... wait a second, you didn't pass. Were my questions too difficult? They didn't seem to be all that hard. Did you get them wrong on purpose, or... Ah, just kidding. I know you wouldn't do that. I guess you're just not really suited for life on the sea. In that case, how about we take a trip back to Liyue Harbor? Looks like you and the sea are not made for each other. Dry land is where you really come into your own. I've actually been hoping for the chance to give you an insider look at how some of the Crux's important business is conducted. You may be aware that as an armed fleet, the Crux is kinda like the maritime equivalent of a guard for hire. We work as an armed carrier, earning our keep by successfully delivering the goods entrusted to us from A to B. Aside from that, though, there is also one other important way we make income.
Actually, it's trading. In certain kinds of goods.
Hey, my hotshot accountant. Nice of you to join us.
Cut it out, boss. Juza sent me here with a message. He says preparations are now underway. If you give me the all clear, I'll head straight over.
Okay. Be careful. Well, she has something to take care of. Mora Grubber was right, though. The other important side to our business, the less official side, is doing exactly what merchants do. Importing here, exporting there. The only difference between us and regular merchants is that our transactions aren't entirely above board. You'll see what I mean by that shortly. I'm taking you to see one such transaction for yourself. Come on, let's go meet our trading
Should I
partner for the day.
legally be doing this?
Fresh seafood! Fresh seafood! Catch it while you can!
What do you have?
Hello there! Here at Nay's Professional Fishmongers, we've got everything you could ask for. So what do you need?
I want a bass head with all the teeth removed. If there's a single tooth in there, I don't want it.
Huh? You know bass have pharyngeal teeth, right? In the throat? How do you expect me to get all those out?
Then I'll have a bass trunk with 2 swim bladders. Again, if it's short by 1 swim bladder, it's not the bass I want.
You're not making this easy for me. 1 bass means 1 swim bladder. Afraid that's not up to me.
Okay, then I'll take a bass tail with scales that are yellow on the outside, black on the inside. Also, it's gotta have a total of 81 scales. That's 7 times 7, no more, no less.
It's not 7 times 7.
Outside and black inside. You sure this is a fish you're talking about? In any case, You can try all you want, but 7 times 7 is never gonna get you 81. Pardon my asking, but you're not a fish expert, are you? I'm sorry, ma'am, but, I'm afraid I don't have any of the things you're looking for. Look, I'm a professional. So are most of the people I serve. I can accommodate anything they ask for. Seems you two are amateurs. So I'm sorry, but you'll have to go someplace else.
Anywhere you'd recommend?
Like I said, Nay's Professional Fishmongers is for professionals. For amateurs, the place to go to would be Wise Amateur Fishmongers.
I bet you're wondering why that guy was saying he didn't have what we wanted. That was just the first step in the transaction to confirm our identity. The real deal will come later.
Fresh seafood! Fresh seafood! Come take a look.
Is this Wise Amateur Fishmongers?
That's the one. We have all kinds of amateur stuff here. The more amateur, the more of it we got. What would you like?
We'd like a bass head.
No problem. Ours are all toothless, mind you.
And a bass trunk.
Oh, no problem. I'll stick an extra swim bladder in there for you. On the house.
And a tail.
Sure thing. I'll paint the scales yellow on the outside and black on the inside, so you can tell at a glance, this ain't no ordinary fishtail. If it's 7 times 7 you want, I can do you 81, 138, or even 648. It's up to you.
Great. I like your style. We have a deal.
I appreciate your patronage. Please, take your order to our warehouse manager over there. A real amateur if I've ever met one. Proud to have you as a customer. No, we don't have the fish here. All fish sold at Wise Amateur Fishmongers are still swimming in the sea. Once we get the order in from the customer, we go fish it out for them. The warehouse handles that side of things. Pay first, then we bring you the goods. That way you get the freshest catch.
Beta, what are you doing?
Are you two here to collect your order, huh, Bade?
Yes, sir. We're here about that bass.
I didn't expect you to come in person, but we still need to follow procedure. The bass you want is not a standard specimen. Our fishermen need to wait for the right moment to catch it. You know the rules, I take it?
Of course.
Oh, well, as you know, timing and location are everything when it comes to fishing. You have to wait till all the conditions are just right. That means the tide, the moon, and the wind. So, let me ask you this. When will the tide come in?
The fishing song will sound out at midnight.
How drunk will the moon be before the party's over?
It won't stop while the Star of Death shines.
I see. yes. Which way will the sea breeze be blowing?
The breeze should be bound for Guyan.
All right, then. Well received. I'll go and make arrangements.
Great. I think that wraps up everything we needed to do in Liyue Harbor. Let's head back and wait for the delivery. The 3 people we just met are our business partners. Nay's professional fishmongers and Y's amateur fishmongers
Yeah, I
are
caught
just
on to
couriers.
that.
The bass, obviously, is the code name for the goods. The numbers of teeth, swim bladders, and scales all represent different specifications. Meanwhile, the conversation I had with the warehouse keeper was the instructions for the deal itself. Let me translate it for you. Tonight at midnight, the deal will take place in Guyan Stone Forest. The Alcor will wait there as long as needed. As for what the actual goods are, well, you'll see tonight. What if I were to say yes? What would you do then?
Nothing.
Thank you. But don't worry, everything will be fine. I deeply value you as a friend, but ultimately, you're not with the Crux. I definitely don't want to cause you any trouble just because you hung out with me. So rest assured, we haven't broken any laws. At
Tonight.
least not today.
Let's get ourselves to Guyan Stone Forest.
The rain won't slow me down.
It is raining. It's actually raining here too, I think.
Captain Beidou, you gave me quite the surprise when you showed up in person earlier today.
Well, my friend is visiting, so I wanted to show her how the Crux handles some of its important business.
I see. You two must be close.
You got that right. Now, down to business.
You mean you
brought
don't
the
know
goods?
who I am?
Yep, all here. Please, feel free to take stock.
Stop! Nobody move. We have received certain information pertaining to a potential illegal business transaction at this location. Apologies, Captain Beidou, but I'm going to need to inspect those goods.
Oh? An illegal business transaction, you say? Well, all the goods are here. If you have any suspicions, please inspect them at your leisure.
Captain, everything's been checked. It's just a bunch of potatoes, flour, and so on.
Huh? Everything's been checked thrice over. There's not a single contraband item here. The paperwork was approved by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and the tax declarations are all in order.
Who is
Looks
out
like
here
you've managed to
reporting
clear
us?
everything up. I suppose we can put this down as a simple misunderstanding.
Yes, apologies. This was a mistake on our end. Come on, let's go.
Bravo, Captain Beidou. This was rather ingenious. Seems like your friend still has a little catching up to do.
I know you have a lot of questions. Come on, take a walk with me and I'll lay it all out for you.
Well, I'll leave you both to it. Captain Beidou, I look forward to doing business with you again. Take care.
You probably thought that there was some sort of nefarious business going on behind all the secrecy today. The truth is, that was exactly what I wanted the Ministry of Civil Affairs to believe. What you might not know is that I, as the leader of the Crux fleet, and you, the great hero of Liyue Harbor, have both been on the Ministry of Civil Affairs watch list for a long time. In other words, whenever you or I crop up in Liyue Harbor, it almost always draws their attention. Not that there's any animosity behind it, mind you. In their words, it's a security precaution to prevent people like us from causing unnecessary trouble. Oh, I have no qualms about that. They're just doing their job, keeping the land safe. But how does that saying go again? Ah, yes. Sometimes, the closer you are to something, the less you can see. Did you figure it out yet? That's right. Maura Grubber, the accountant. With you, me, and a few sacks of potatoes and flour serving as a front, the deal she's overseeing on her end should go off without a hitch. After all, the Ministry of Civil Affairs sent the... Looking at the time, it should be any second now. Look, that's the signal. Tonight's real deal is officially done. Do you have any more questions? You're right. Never underestimate her. But as long as we don't take things too far, she won't look into it too closely. She knows that neither you nor I would do anything to harm Liyue. In any case, there's another higher-level watch list at the Ministry of Civil Affairs above the one we're on. It's top secret. Even I don't know whose names are on it. But I do know that the individuals and organizations on that list are the ones the Qixing are really wary of. I've gotten off topic. On some level, Ningguang and I are actually business partners too. Reason being, I'm the only one who can get her some of the more obscure treasures she wants. It's complicated. All you need to know is that what might be easily attainable for some people can often be a lifesaver for others who can't get their hands on it. That's where we come in. It's as simple as that. You still have some important things to take care of, don't you? As long as you don't know what I was referring to, you'll be safe. So, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you for now. Of course, if the day comes when you've traveled to every corner of the world, found your sibling, and neatly tied up all your loose ends along the way, you're welcome to come back here and I'll tell you all about it. You'll always be welcome in the Crux fleet. I hope I get to see you on board again someday.
Alright, there was part 1 of the beta hangout. We need this.
Onward.
And this time we need to answer things correctly.
So you've already finished talking to... First of all, life on the sea... Is that your final answer? Alright. Okay,
Presence of dark clouds and strong winds in opposite directions. Wait.
Okay, those are all my questions. I gotta say, each time I think I've wrapped my head around how great you are, you surprise me with something new. You got
I can't let you go thinking I
correct.
don't know my
They
stuff.
weren't the most difficult questions, but they weren't ones you could bluff your way through either. You've clearly been paying attention to my crew. Okay then, now it's time to apply that endless talent of yours to learning some new recreational activities. Don't worry, all our recreational activities are respectable and, above board. You need to realize that being out at sea might be fun for the first few days while everything's new, but before too long...
Above board, like there's HR.
See every day, and being so isolated from everything can really cause people to struggle mentally. That is why regular recreational activities are an absolute necessity. We offer a lot of fun courses for our newcomer training, including fishing, photography, chess. Oh, and thanks to Kazuha, these days we also offer poetry and music appreciation, as well as communal wind listening. Each newcomer has to participate in at least one, so that they've got some way of keeping themselves occupied at sea further down the line. Of course, if you'd prefer wrestling sea monsters with your bare hands, that can be arranged. Well, for today, at least, let's stick to the training schedule drawn up by Juza. If I remember correctly, it should be photography today. Come on, I'll show you.
Listen up,
Must be
everyone can go
about to
back and call it a
start.
day. The photography session has been postponed.
What's going on here?
Oh,
Yeah, it's about
Captain,
to
there
start
you are.
raining. That's
Well,
why it's
Captain,
getting so
the
noisy.
photography teacher just sent word saying that she's fallen ill and doesn't want to risk coming in case she keels over in class.
I see. That's quite unfortunate. Oh? Quite the multi-talented one, aren't you? In that case, why don't you help us out and lead the class today?
Yeah, unfortunately, the original teacher canceled at short notice, so there's no time to
Yeah,
schedule anything else
you
instead.
just said
It
that.
would be great if the Traveler could step in as the teacher for the day.
It's up to you, Traveler. Great, it's settled then. Juza, let's muster everyone over here to meet the new teacher.
Yes, Captain.
That's us. The Traveler. Teacher extraordinaire.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. That should be everyone. Take it away, Traveler. Oh yeah? What's that? Fair enough. It seems like you already have someone in mind. So, who will it be? Me? well, we could do that. Or... Guyonstone Forest looks extraordinary today. It'd be a pity to not capture the scenery for posterity. So how about we snap Guyonstone Forest for today's class? Then there'd be no need for a model.
Come on, Captain. We talked about this. The photography class is supposed to be portrait photography. Have you forgotten? Scenery looks nice at first, but it gets boring after a
I was
while.
gonna say the whole point is to like not be bored of looking at the scenery, so taking pictures of the scenery you're in
Those
defeats
were
the
your
purpose.
exact words, Captain.
Were they now? Strange. I don't seem to remember anything about that. Well, then in that case, how about Huixing? I bet she's perfect for the camera. Or Fuzhong. Or Mora Grubber. Even little Yue.
Seriously, Captain? Little Yue? You're just trying to wriggle your way out of this. This isn't like you. You are the captain, after all. Of all of us, you're the best suited to being a model.
I agree. You were the one who invited the Traveler to be the teacher, so you should cooperate, Captain. Besides, Captain, you've never had your photo taken. It's high time you got one. You know, a heroic and striking
You're the
kind
hero
picture.
of Leeway.
Even use it to promote the fleet during recruitment.
Real funny, guys. Well, if you say so. I'm not one to spoil the fun. So, what do I do now, Traveler? Like this? You're kidding, right? I've never had my photo taken before, but something this simple shouldn't be a challenge for me. It must be the lighting or something. You've got it wrong. I never said that. You mean go somewhere else, then bring the final photo back as teaching material?
Sounds good to me. That's a good idea, isn't it, guys?
They're like, let's get our captain
Lighting
a
may still be
date.
a problem, but I'm open to persuasion. If you have a suitable place in mind, I can consider it. Just to be clear, I won't necessarily agree. It depends on the place you have in mind. The fishing village near Wangshu Inn? That place is deserted now, isn't it? How do you even know that place anyway? It's tiny. I don't think I've ever seen it on a single map. Treasure? There? I guess I missed out on that one. It just so happens that that little village is where I grew up. And now that you've mentioned it, it's given me the urge to go back and take a look around. How about we take this opportunity to pay my old home a visit?
Alright, okay, there is a teleport point. I couldn't remember if there was a teleport point nearby.
It's certainly seen better days. It was never that impressive, but at least back in the day, it was a lively village and home to several families. I wonder how long these last few old houses will remain standing. Nothing as dramatic as you might think. A few small incidents occurred, and then people began to leave. Come on, let's take a walk around. People used to call this place Downriver because the villagers apparently moved here from a place called Upriver. With them, they brought their knowledge of fishing, which had been passed down from generation to generation. I learned a lot from them when I was here. Now Upriver is long gone, and Downriver is all but deserted. It won't be long before no one even remembers what these places are called. To Zhong. Zhong. I barely remember this name. You're right. I was only about 5 or 6 years old when I first arrived here. I was homeless and had to wander around the streets. I remember finally managing to find half a rice bun, but then a stray dog jumped out and snatched it away from me. Half a rice
I forgot,
bun was
Beto has
not
like a really
something I was
depressing
willing to
life
give up so
story.
easily at the time. So I chased it all the way to this neighborhood. Then a few fishermen saw us running and stopped me. They were kind enough to give me some food. Seeing me stop, the dog also stopped running, but straight away it keeled over and never got up again. Maybe it was too tired, or maybe it had starved to death. I went over and saw that the dog still had the half rice bun in its mouth. It didn't let go even at the very end. Poor thing. Had I known the dog was so weak, I would have let it take that half rice bun. I could tell they were wary of me at first. I was the dirty little kid who had just chased a dog to death over some scraps of food. But I got lucky. The village chief took pity on me and brought me to their home. That's how I ended up staying here. Do you know what the name Beto means? Come on, I'll explain along the way. About a year or two after I arrived, the village chief fell ill during the winter and passed away. During that same period, the harvest was getting worse, and the fishermen's catch was getting smaller day by day. Without the village chief to handle the situation, people began blaming each other. There were even rumors that some families had been overfishing and leaving nothing for the rest of the village to catch. But in the end, they all turned on me, saying that they shouldn't have ever taken me in. They said I was bad luck. They pointed to how that dog died on the first day I arrived. Next thing you know, the village chief dies, and then all the fish die out. They said I was a living curse, and the downfall of the village was all my fault. I told them that I didn't understand. I'm not a curse, I'm just Beto. Then some of the villagers started shouting, and drove me out of the village. They shouted, "Nando controls life. Beto controls death. Beto controls death." Before then, all I knew about my name was that it had something to do with the stars. It wasn't until then that I realized that Beto was a constellation. And the Alcor, one of its stars, was an omen of death. Here we are. This is the old house of the village chief.
Yeah, I got some
bet he never
treasure out of the
expected
house.
that the little girl he took in would grow up to be seen as a curse that brought about the village's total destruction. What do you mean? Is that all? And let me guess. You got to Inazuma and the Electro Archon's Gnosis was taken as well? Well, you seem to wreak havoc on a grander scale than I ever could. Oh, I get it. You're trying to convince me that I'm not cursed. I appreciate it, and I'll take it. Let's not forget that the people whose names stick around are the ones who emerge from the stormy seas unscathed. And the ones who get swept away in the wind are the fledgling birds who couldn't hack it. I, for one, have never encountered a storm I couldn't weather. But your journey's far from over, isn't it? Just remember, There's no telling what else you might encounter in this vast world. So if you ever find some idiot trying to brand you as a scapegoat just because you're the one who lived to tell the tale, tell them Captain Beidou demands to have the honor along with you. Remember, you'll always have the Captain of the Crux to back you up wherever you go. Two cursed scapegoats banding together for survival. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, but at the same time, I kinda dig it. I'm lucky to have a friend like you. Okay, it's time to get back to our photography. Right, teacher? Come on, let's not waste any time. Get it done while you can before I change my mind. So, do I need to strike a pose? Alright. How about the... So, is it done yet? Please don't tell me that it looks weird.
Show me.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Now give it here. Yes. I see. All right. On behalf of the Crux, thank you very much for your photography class today. You've been an excellent teacher, and I couldn't be more satisfied. Now, as Captain of the Crux, I am exercising my official right to requisition this photograph for future promotion and recruitment purposes. So I'm afraid I'll be holding on to this. That's fine with you though, right?
This is much faster than Ningguang's. Okay.
Here we are.
What? The nerve! What do you think this is? I don't want to do this whole modeling thing. Hey, cut it out. No more pictures.
That was really quick.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
I'm sure they are, Jean. Don't worry.
Well,
I'm glad you came. Welcome back aboard. Hey, don't mention it. As a all good then. Great. Actually, speaking of Inazuma, I think your good luck must have rubbed off on me on the way over. I made an interesting find on the beach shortly after we parted ways. Let's talk about it over there, where it's a little quieter. So after we dropped you off in Rito, we found a shipwreck nearby. Probably belonged to Inazuman pirates. We searched the wreckage and found a map. At first, I thought it was a nautical chart. I was thinking we might discover a new sailing route if we were lucky. But after a closer look, I realized it wasn't a map of the sea at all. It was a Liyue treasure map, and no ordinary one at that. Nothing like that. I just mean that the map was a mess. So it was the most I could do to figure out that the treasure was probably in Liyue. As for its exact location, I have no idea. I'd say I've explored Liyue pretty extensively, but still, this one managed to beat me. So, I thought of you. Nobody can beat you when it comes to treasure hunting on land, right? Is that right? Well then, it looks like I'm in good hands. Here's the map. See what you can make of it. So, where do you think it is? Qingce Village. I don't see the resemblance at all. How'd you come to that conclusion? Oh, Okay, then. I'm definitely a rookie at this. But your word's good enough for me. Time for a trip to Chinkza. You're coming with me, of course. I'll need you to help me zero in on the specific location once we're there.
Oh, I feel like I remember this. I think this ends with us getting drunk.
Ah, Beto! Wow,
Oh,
and the traveler! My goodness, what
I don't know
the
if I've ever
occasion?
actually heard her
Just
talk
here to
in
visit us
actual
old
voice
folks
lines.
once again?
Because I
It
think
hasn't been all
you
that
really
long
only talk
since
to
we
her
last
for
had a
Chi of
visit
Yore,
from
and
the
that's not
Crocs.
voiced.
But I'm glad you picked today. You're just the people I need. These two young rascals. They've been arguing with each other non-stop about some petty nonsense or other. I'm too old to get through to them. They won't listen to me. Please, talk some sense into them.
Rest assured, Granny Zhuoshin, whatever the situation
Oh, that's
is,
such
the
an
Traveler and I
interesting
will take care of
pronunciation.
it.
Oh, thank goodness. It's Captain Beto. You couldn't have come at a better time. You're the voice of reason I need in this situation.
Captain, please. Help me get justice.
Whoa, hey. What exactly is going on here? Spit it out, tell me everything.
It makes me mad just talking about it. G here, I don't know if he's got a screw loose or what his problem is. But anyway, he took it upon himself to raise, well, practically a whole army of finches, okay? And now guess what? They fly onto my land and completely destroy at least half of my crops. I asked him to pay compensation, but he refused. Now, how is that fair?
Captain, I'm innocent. They're not even my finches. I just thought they looked kind of cute, you know, so I fed them a couple of times. They're wild birds, though.
A couple times? Are you kidding me? That's rich. Really rich. There were 2 of them when you first started. 2 finches. Now you have a whole roof full of finch nests. I swear, every time I come by your place, I think I'm at a bird market. I'm telling you, you are not gonna get away with this anymore.
So, yeah. I mean, they laid a few eggs, made a few nests.
Oh, that sounds like more than a few.
Got a finch, you know. These are wild birds. I mean, they'll do whatever they please.
So that's how it is. I think I got the picture. What's your take? Yeah, you have a point. Gee, let's say I'm interested in buying these finches off you. What would you say to that?
Are you serious, Captain? Oh, that would be great. Honestly, with all this trouble they've been causing me lately, they've become a bit of a burden. So if you're happy to take them off my hands, that would
Get
be
it.
perfect.
All right, deal. My only condition is, you have to use some of the money to compensate Wenjing for her losses.
Oh, come on. But I never raised them, did I?
You
Well,
fed
you tell me.
them.
You took my deal, that means you admitted to being the owner, doesn't it? Otherwise, what gives you the right to sell them to me?
Captain Beto's right. If you didn't raise them, what makes you think you can go taking her money for them, huh?
Well...
Don't worry. My offer includes plenty left over for you after deducting the compensation. This way, you get something back for looking after them.
Okay, then. Okay. I'll pay the compensation.
I hope you two are very grateful indeed to Beto. I dare say no one else will be quite so accommodating toward the people of our village.
Granny Zhuoshin, as you know,
Especially when
many
you're
of the
being
boys from our fine
annoying.
village do sterling work for the Crux. The fleet wouldn't be what it is today without them, so please think nothing of it. Gee, Wenjing, I guess you're free to go.
Captain Beto, you're here.
Pops Shing, it's been a long time. Have you been?
Don't get me started. I've been having some real trouble with that neighbor of mine, Jen. We keep having the same argument, and it just goes
Okay, it's the
nowhere.
R.
I heard you were in the
It's
village,
we
so I
don't
rushed
pronounce
over
the
to
same
seek your
way
help.
in English.
What's the issue?
Oh, Come with me. You'll see. Let's go find Jen and clear this whole thing up, face to face.
Jen.
Captain Beidou, you're here.
I heard that you and Pops Shing had a little misunderstanding. So, what's up? Tell me about it.
Jen planted a tree on his property a few years back. I had no issue with it at the time. It's just a tree. But a few years on, it's grown taller than the roof of my house. Every morning when I get up and open the window, I just want to feel the sun on my face. But I'm greeted instead by the looming shadow of my neighbor's tree. It really affects my mood. I asked Jen to cut it down so I could get some sunlight back on my property.
This one's
But
a
he
little
said
more
no.
complicated.
It's like he's done this on purpose just to drive me crazy.
Captain Beidou, you gotta believe me. I didn't intend to block the sunlight, but there's nothing I can do about it now. It's not just any old tree, you see. That tree was planted there by my late father. Not long after he planted it, he passed away. And just before he passed, he left me with some parting words. He said our family's fortune was inauspicious and we needed something to suppress the bad luck. That's what he planted the tree for. How can I just chop it down? I'll be honest, I spent a few years studying in Liyue Harbor, so I don't actually share his superstitious beliefs. But still, that doesn't change the fact that this was my father's dying wish.
Okay, I think I'm all clear on the situation. What are you thinking?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's technically on his property. He could trim it.
I was thinking along the same lines as you. Look, Pops,
But
I'm not trying to make excuses for Jen, but
just cutting it down wholesale isn't exactly...
Jen's desire to protect his tree isn't for money or because he wants to hurt anyone, or for the sake of any superstition. He just wants to honor his father's dying wish.
Oh, we're in a tornado watch now, y'all.
Yeah, when you put it like that.
Pops, if you can agree to it, I'll have a word with Granny Zhuoshin and see about getting you some money from the relief fund as compensation for having your sunlight blocked. As for the tree...
That sounds good to me. Whatever you think, Captain Beidou, the tree can stay. Some compensation would make me feel much better about the whole thing.
Thank you, Captain Beidou. And thank you for understanding Pops Shing. I'll make sure to trim it back when I get home to let some more light through. It'll be such a relief not to have to worry about this anymore. On a separate note, I remember the Crux last visited the village not very long ago. Is there some special reason why you're back in person so soon?
How did the Crux get
Nothing
here?
all that special, just personal reasons.
I'm
looking for
I'll
some
need
treasure.
to consult the map.
Treasure? Wait a second. That reminds me, I saw Chongping and Defu arguing in the fields earlier. It sounded like they were both trying to lay claim to some treasure. I don't know if it's related to the one you're looking for, but anyway, they're probably still there now.
Really? Okay, well, you and Pops Shing can go about your business now. I'll go see what the situation is.
Okay. Well, I mean, the crew of the Crux itself could have gotten up there. Yeah, I guess we don't know how big Chenyu Village is, but I guess if you were coming along... Well, no, because you're not getting up there. I mean... Maybe if you went around Mondstadt, you could get in... Well, you could get into here. But then you're not jumping up a waterfall. So the only thing I can think is... Yeah, again, I could get around Mondstadt and get in through here and put a stop, like, somewhere along here and come in that way.
Beidou, you're just in time. Defu is being completely unreasonable.
I have a feeling you're both
happened?
being
I'm
unreasonable.
not being unreasonable, Captain. I got Changping to help me plow my land because it's the busy season. And then, what do you know? He plows up a treasure chest. The way I see it, it's my land, so the treasure belongs to me, right? I think it's a pretty clear-cut case.
You say that, Defu, but what you're forgetting is that I came to help you plow your fields out of the goodness of my heart, and you haven't paid me a single mora. It was also my plowing that turned up this chest. However you cut it, surely I'm entitled to at least some of the treasure.
The domestic drama just keeps coming today. What are your thoughts? Okay, I think I'm up to speed here. If you two really want to take this further, I can get a legal expert from Liyue Harbor to adjudicate. As for the costs, I'll cover them. What do you think? Neither of you seems thrilled about this course of action. Okay, so plan B. I'll be straight with you. The reason I came here today was to look for some treasure. Chances are it's hiding right there in the chest you're both fighting over. So, how about you two stop fighting over it and do me a favor by handing it to me? Of course, I'll be indebted to both of you. If either of you ever needs anything in the future, the Crux will not hesitate to lend you our support.
Captain, you're far too kind, really. Indebted? That won't be necessary. If you want this chest, you go ahead and take it.
Yep, totally agree. If only I'd known you were looking for this chest. You should have said something. I would have delivered it to you personally to save you the trip.
Oh boy.
Seems like it's been quite a busy day for you, helping us settle all our little quarrels. Come on, let's go to the village. I'll rally the masses. We'll get some good food and good drink and have a good old get-together.
Let's have some good drink.
I'll carry it over.
Once I finish Beidou's, I'm gonna take a break to make myself a drinky smoothie. We're waiting till 2100. Oh, it's like 5 a.m. I'm sorry for dragging you out, Beidou. Keeping you awake all hours of the night.
What a fine day today has been. Beidou has solved an awful lot of problems in our village.
She sure has. Without Captain Beidou, that compensation payment would have bankrupted me. Yeah, and if it weren't for Captain Beidou, I'd still be arguing with Pop's shit.
Here, here. We have plenty to thank Captain Beidou for, I'm sure. I propose a toast in her honor.
To Captain Beidou. Cheers.
I couldn't ask for more than the chance to get everyone together and drink to our heart's content. Cheers! That really hit the spot. Want to get some air? The view in this place is pretty good. We can take a look through the contents of that chest while we're at it. Changping placed it by the water wheel. Are you kidding? Beidou can handle her liquor. Come on, let's go.
Beidou doesn't sound like Beidou can handle her liquor.
I've been thinking.
Oh,
Everyone
now
seems
she
to
does.
trust me enough to let me have the final word on their disputes. But don't you think some of my solutions can be a little stupid? You can laugh, I don't mind. Take Changping and Defu's wrangling over that chest, for instance. I had no clue who it should belong to, so I just came up with this stupid idea of taking it for myself. At least that way, neither of them would feel like it was unfair. But, I mean, I'm no Ningguang. I can't make a perfect deal every time. And I'm no Yanfei either. Not all my judgment calls are going to be 100% fair and square. I am Beidou, and my strength is in trading favors. You think I should be more selective? Some people think their favors are so valuable that they need to plan out how and when to use them to maximize the return on their investment. They view the favor as a bargaining chip. Others see doing favors as a burden. Not worth anything in monetary terms and prone to getting you locked in a cycle of constantly returning the favor back and forth. But the way I see it, favors are what keep people connected to one another. Over thousands of years, the people of Liyue have created bonds between each other by doing someone a favor here and asking for a favor there. This means that no individual is truly on their own out there. When someone falls down, there's an invisible net made of human connections, waiting to catch them and get them back on their feet. Over the years, I've come to owe favors to a great many people, and many other people have come to owe me one. These are the countless bonds between us, like so many fish in the sea. And they're the reason that the Crux and I have survived the countless hardships we faced. I believe that if there ever comes a day when the world is overrun by monsters, Liyue's legal system collapses and the land is thrust back into an age of war, it's these bonds that will see us all through the dark days ahead, until we come out on the other side. I'm not saying that. But either way, we have a pretty firm bond between us already, don't you think? Was this wind brewed in a winery? It's making me lightheaded. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Something we were literally just talking about. Oh, yeah, the chest! Oh, I got so immersed in our
That looks
conversation,
so
I forgot all
different
about the main
compared to
event.
the real
Come
treasure
on,
chest we
let's open it
opened.
up and see what's inside.
I think there's like nothing inside.
Oh, that's it? A whole lot of nothing? It's not exactly what I was looking for. But you know what? I don't care. The fun part was going on a treasure hunt with you. Come on, let's get back to the party. Tonight, we go big before we go home.
Okay, and now...
Wind, hear me.
Oh, oops. Well, if you were injured, Beto,
So
now
after we
you're
dropped
not.
you off in Rito, we found a shipwreck near Guili Plains. Huh, I never would have gotten that. How can you tell? Oh, okay then. So you do live up to the hype. I can't believe you noticed that. You sure have an eye for detail. Let's head over there and take a look. I'll need you to help me zero in on the specific location once we're there.
Before we do, I'm gonna go put my crackers away.
Onwards. We have work to do. It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Alright. To the Gwaley Plains.
The rain won't slow me down.
That's good.
It should be around here, right? Who are they? Oh, it's a bunch of treasure hoarders. I guess the treasure's for real then. There are quite a few of them. If things go south and fists start flying, stay behind me. I'm more than a match for these amateurs.
Keep digging, boys! Once we have our hands on the treasure, everyone gets a share!
You can all hold it right there!
Huh? Who's that barking orders? Do you know who you're up against here? Keep going if you got a death wish. What the? It's Captain Beto. Run, boys, run!
Nobody move.
Captain Beto, Lord of the Ocean. This is all my fault. I didn't know who I was up against. I don't have a death wish. I swear. I got a big mouth is all. It's always saying things it shouldn't. I swear I'll wash it out with soap the moment I get back. Please.
Oh boy, that's a new one.
Well, spare them, at least. These guys are just trying to put food in their mouths. They'd never hurt a soul. If you need to take anyone, take me. Please, let them go. It was me that disrespected you. They never did, and never would.
Is that right? Fine. Seems like you've got a heart in there somewhere, seeing how you treat your crew. I'll let you off the hook this. Get out of here!
Thank you, Captain Beto. Thank you.
Wait.
Yes? What else might the merciful and mighty Beto require?
This treasure's still up for grabs. The Crux fleet honors the rule of first come, first served. You found it first, so name your price. I can't have any rumors going around about Captain Beto stealing other people's treasure, can I?
Captain Beto! We wouldn't dare take more from you. Take the treasure as an apology for my foolish words. Please, take it. Please.
Oh? Well, if you insist. I accept your kind offer, and I'll make you one in return. You don't seem like terrible folks, so let me help you get onto the right track. If you want to mend your ways and put all this behind you, the Crux can probably arrange some odd jobs in the port for you. It'd be humble work, but at least it'd get you on your feet and making an honest living. A much better deal than what you've got going now, if you ask me.
Wow, thank you, Captain Beto. On behalf of me and all my boys.
Right. Let's see what we've got in here.
I don't
This
know.
isn't what we're looking for.
I wouldn't be too hopeful. I kind of looted this place.
Those rocks look kind of weird. Let's see if there's anything there. Nothing. Let's keep looking. What are those hilly trolls digging for? Wait, actually, I've heard they sometimes dig for buried treasure. Let's go take a closer look.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night. Don't be scared. Eat this!
Nope, not here either. Now that we've searched all the places of interest in this area and come up with nothing, you got any ideas? It's
Captain Beto! Captain Beto!
Huh? Hey, what brings you back here?
Captain Beto! Actually, we've just been wandering around nearby. We didn't go far, because we were thinking about what you said, and... well, me and the boys decided
we're ready to move away from all of this and get on the straight and narrow.
Oh? Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely sure.
Okay then. But I'll warn you right now, you won't have it easy. It might just be menial work in the port, but in the eyes of the general public, you'll be associates of the Crux. So there'll be a grueling test you have to go through before you can start.
I understand. Truth be told, Captain, it's only because it's you, the mighty and honorable Captain Beidou. If it had been anyone else, I don't think I'd have listened. And since you made us this kind offer, I'd like to ask, if I might be so bold, is there any hope at all for us to become...
I think you should hire them on, Beidou. I kind of like them.
Well, there's no place in the Crux for delusions of grandeur, that's for sure. But then again, everybody has to start somewhere. So, it comes down to you. If you manage to impress me and earn the respect of my crew, then yeah, nothing's impossible.
Thank you, Captain Beidou. Thank you 1,000 times over. I couldn't help but notice you were searching for something else. It still hasn't turned up?
Why? Do you have any clues?
We heard about 2 treasures, both in Guili Plains. We were still looking for the first one when you found us. So maybe the other one might be what you're looking for. Not too far from here, but I'm just not sure of the exact location. All the info we got about this treasure came from the black market. The answer's hidden inside a poem which goes like this. Drunkenly I gazed at the ruins long forsaken, and lay beneath red leaves whose branches cast a crooked shade. The dusk sun shone upon the sea as I awakened, but Guyon stood twixt weary eyes and the sight of home they crave. As for the ruins long forsaken part, I do know of some ruins near here. But beyond that line...
No, we're apparently in severe weather now.
I'm just not smart enough.
So a treasure clue hidden in a poem, huh? Don't worry, we got this. See my friend here? If they taught treasure hunting as an art form, you'd probably be calling her Grandmaster. This kind of thing's a piece of cake for her. Am I right? Okay then. Let's start by heading to the site and surveying the scene. Maybe we'll find some other clues over there.
Okay. Come on, boys. You heard the captain. Lead the way. These are the long forsaken ruins from the poem. Apparently they were once full of treasure.
Yeah, I cleared that out.
Judging by the state of them now, it's probably long gone.
It seems that we need to dig deeper into this poem. Drunkenly, I gazed at the ruins long forsaken, and lay beneath red leaves whose branches cast a crooked shade. The dusk sun shone upon the sea as I awakened, but Guyon stood twixt weary eyes and the sight of home they crave. Do you have any ideas? Somewhere you can see the ruins from. So somewhere not too far from here? Yeah, and maybe the shadow cast by the tree is supposed to hint at something.
Oh, I got it! This guy fell asleep and woke up just before sunset.
Dusk and the shadow of a red-leaved tree. I think we can work with that. Let's take a look around. I think we're getting close.
I don't know what time dusk is.
The rain has stopped. Come with me. Let's pick some matsutake.
Found it! At long last, the treasure is finally in our hands. A check from the Northland Bank. You really came through. We found the spot in no time. Without your help, I don't think I ever would have gotten my hands on it. Not much, but enough for an average person to survive on for a while. But there's more to this particular check than that. When I found the treasure map, it was tightly sealed inside a small bottle along with a letter. I'll let you read it for yourself. Finished? Yeah, I can't fault him for what he did, but the way things turned out, all I can say is life is unpredictable. Well, let's fulfill his final wish by taking this check to where it belongs. Well, this is it. Oh boys, it's time for your first job. Give this check to the old lady who lives in that wooden hut. Tell her it's a welfare payment from the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Yes, boss!
What's up? I see, but you only find sakura blooms in certain places, right? It must have been quite a bit of work collecting all these, surely. Let's just pick one, huh? One's enough to show that you care. You've already helped me out so much today. Okay, off you go then. Take her the sakura bloom along with the check. And if she asks, tell her your child in a faraway land sends his best wishes.
Isn't that cruel, though, to make her think that her son is still alive? We haven't even made 2 wishes off of this. I guess I'll get Noelle's over and done with.
Thesis on chivalry. Favonia's bladework fundamentals. So much to learn before the exam. How will I ever get through everything? Oh, honorary knight. Long time no see. Anything you need me to take care of? Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. It has been quite a while since we last met, hasn't it? I've been busy preparing for my exam. Other than for work and training, I've barely left the library. The exam is drawing nearer and nearer, but there just seems to be an endless amount of material to review. Right. The Knights of Favonia's selection exam. Even though I've already worked for the Knights as a maid for some time, I still need to pass this exam to officially become a knight. It's just that I've failed several times in the past. I still don't know if I can make it this time. Study buddy? No, that won't be necessary. This is my exam, and I'm taking it to fulfill my dream. Any obstacles I face are mine to overcome. Plus, there is still some time to go before the exam arrives. You're the honorary knight of Mondstadt. It won't do for me to take up so much of your time. But on the day of the exam, if you happen to be free, based on the knight's schedule, I think it should be half a year from now. But it's just half a year. Don't you think that's quite soon?
No.
Even though there is still some time, if I don't make good use of it, it will disappear. I've planned my schedule carefully. If I sleep 2 hours less each day and finish my work 1 hour earlier, then as long as I spend all the time I save studying, I should just about be able to finish these books. Well, there's always coffee if I feel sleepy, and I have some candy on hand just in case I ever feel low on energy. No, it won't. I've made sure to allocate time for training, too. After all, combat is also assessed as part of the examination. Did I get too worked up all of a sudden? My vision seems a bit blurry. No. I still have training tomorrow. I must freshen up. I apologize for letting you see me in such bad shape. I'm okay now. But every time I think of the exam, I get so nervous. Only studying or training helps to relieve it a little. But in the end, I keep finding new ways in which I'm not prepared. And that makes me even more nervous. You mean a change of location? Yes. Staying in the Knight's headquarters and in the library all the time does tend to make me feel as if I always have to be studying. But where else could I go? The Cat's Tail? Or the Angel's Share? Or perhaps somewhere away from the city? Starsnatch Cliff or Windrise? I could even make some muffins, grab some napkins, and make a picnic out of it. But would that just waste too much time? A trip? To Liyue? Oh, I couldn't possibly justify that. In the time it would take to get to Liyue and back, I could have finished several of my books. You really think I shouldn't limit myself to Mondstadt? Maybe you're right. Mondstadt is symbolized by the wind. But my vision is a Geo one. Maybe visiting the nation built by the Geo Archon could help me learn something new. Very well then. If it's just a quick visit.
Alright, where are we going? Oh, all the way to the harbor.
I can't believe I've really come all the way to Liyue. Wow! The architecture here is so unique, and there are so many people around. But somehow, I feel like I'm constantly being watched. No, please don't make fun of me. You shouldn't make jokes like that in public. People may hear you and get the wrong idea. How strange. Back in Mondstadt, I never feel shy around strangers. But over here, I feel so tense. It's probably because I'm in a completely different environment. I don't know how I should act to make sure I don't make a fool of myself. And speaking of, I heard that it's customary to eat with chopsticks in Liyue. Back in Mondstadt, I have previously provided chopsticks to visitors from Liyue, but I've never used them myself. Oh, I hope I won't become a laughingstock. Huh? Oh, I was just thinking aloud. Don't worry about it. My time here in Liyue is precious. I should make good use of it to study. What? Could that really come up in the exam? Wait, you're right. Maybe it will. Then, okay. Let's start by learning about the local cuisine. Do you have any suggestions? Okay. If it comes recommended by you, I'm excited to find out what kind of food it is.
Oh, holy crap. I'm getting like severe weather alert notifications. 80-mile-per-hour winds. My goodness. Well, the winds are currently only like 37 miles an hour. So we're okay. Oh, I'm gonna put Globe out. Globa will protect me from the wind.
If it isn't the Traveler. What would you like to order today? One Mean Restaurant will cook it just how you like it. Oh, is this a new customer you brought with you? Based on Madame's attire, it would appear that even a Knight of Favonius will travel all the way to Liyue just to try One Mean Restaurant's cooking.
Knight of Favonius? Oh, I'm not...
I'm just joking, of course. You must be in Liyue on official business. But anyway, while you're here in Liyue, I can confidently say that you won't regret stopping by One Mean Restaurant to try our tasty dishes.
That's not what I meant.
Not what you meant? Oh, I see. I suppose you must be looking for Lioli Pavilion or Shinyue Kiosk. Most first-time visitors have only heard of these two places. I just didn't expect the Knights of Favonius to be the same way.
What I meant was, I am not an official Knight of Favonius. I'm just a knight in training currently serving as a maid.
Goodness, they really distinguish between knights to that degree? Well, anyway, as long as you dine at One Mean Restaurant, rest assured you will leave here a satisfied customer. Since this is your first time in Liyue, perhaps you are not used to chopsticks yet. If so, might I recommend the grilled tiger fish. Fresh, fragrant, and easy to eat. If I tone down the spice a little, it should be perfect for the Mondstadt palate. Want to try it?
I want to learn about the Liyue diet. Adjusting the dish to accommodate what I'm used to seems to defeat the purpose of coming here.
Oh? You want to try something with more of a local flavor? Well, in that case, you've got to try our signature dish, blackback perch stew. The only thing is, you can't really eat it without using chopsticks, and the level of spice is not for everyone. I pour oil into a hot pan, throw in a big handful of Jueyun chilies, and stir-fry them to release the flavor. Then I sprinkle in some powdered violet grass to enhance the spiciness.
Does sound good.
Phew, I can already feel the spiciness just by listening to your description. Will I be able to handle it? Right. I can't give up so soon. It's just a harmless bit of chili pepper. I can take it, Chef Mao. I will go with your recommendation.
Great. Please have a seat. One blackback perch stew coming right up.
Oh, so spicy. I can't even hold my chopstick steadily. Oh, I'm fine. It's certainly very spicy, but once you get over that... Oh, it's quite delicious. What surprised me is how the freshness of the fish still shines through, despite how heavily seasoned the dish is. The next time I entertain guests from Liyue, I wonder if I'll be able to prepare such delicious food for them. Really? Then let me bake some muffins for you when we get back.
Wow, you've already finished? How do you feel? Even locals rarely finish the dish so quickly.
Oh, it was very good. Thank you, Chef Mao.
You're very welcome. Seeing customers satisfied is my greatest pleasure. But, I must say, I really didn't expect you to drink the soup. It's so spicy that most people here in Liyue can't even handle it.
What? The soup? We weren't supposed to drink it? Oh, yes. Let's. Next time I eat in Liyue, I'll be sure to check how each dish is meant to be consumed first. Oh, that sounds like ironwork going on over there. Is it a blacksmith? From the kind of weapons made here, I should be able to learn something about the local combat style. Will you come with me to the blacksmith so I can take a look? Oh, great! It's almost like you're the host and I'm your guest. As a maid, I can't help but feel a little
I mean,
guilty.
I am the one hosting your trip to Leeway. Bye, Dad.
Wow! Just from looking at these weapons, I can tell they have great power. This is the nation built by the Geo-Archon, after all. Oh, I wonder how Favonia's bladework could be applied to these weapons, and what kind of modifications would be needed. Yes, and even though I'm just thinking through problems as I always do, I don't feel as nervous as I did when I was in Mondstadt.
Hey! You over there! What are you doing?
Huh? What's wrong, little boy?
Who you calling little boy? I'm a mighty warrior. I see you with your strange attire, acting all mysterious, loitering around the ironmongers. Yeah, you're up to no good.
I'm not up to anything.
Huh. You can't hide it from me. I see the way you look at those weapons. Same way I look at them, too. You must be planning to sneak over and steal a couple of blades when the man's not looking, huh? Well, I'm warning you. Quit while you're ahead. Stop before you do something you'll regret. 'Cause if you get caught, that man is gonna yell at you.
Yes, that's right. In any case, my weapon of choice is the greatsword. And I don't see any of those here.
Greatsword, huh? Well, you got one thing right. The man refuses to show anyone his greatsword in the store, no matter how many times you beg.
No.
Trust me, I would know.
That sounds
But let's not
like
get
a
ahead of ourselves
euphemism.
here. I still don't think I can trust you, unless you show me your greatsword and also your vision. That's not true. No greatsword can outshine the mighty Dugu longsword. And one day, I'm gonna get my Geovision. So, I'm not jealous. Who said anything about being jealous? Huh.
The cat is out of the bag. All right then, if you insist. Please be careful with them. Don't hurt yourself.
You're really gonna let me have a look? Wow, you're so nice. Wow, that glow, it really is a Geovision. And this sword is so heavy. I can't hold it. It's not fair. If only I were a bit bigger.
Be patient, you'll get there. Besides, I'm sure your dream will come true one day.
It's clear to me now. You bear a Geovision. You wield a greatsword. You're a nice person from Mondstadt. You must be a fabled knight of Favonius.
Huh?
Huh. I must accept that the Knights of Favonius of Mondstadt live up to their name. But I shall not concede defeat. As surely as the hills are green and the rivers flow into the sea, our paths will cross again.
Wait, Oh, he's gone. I do hope there are no further misunderstandings today. Children in Leola have these dreams too. I never would have thought. When I was little, the other Mondstadt kids and I always used to imagine what kinds of visions we would have when we grew up. I hope that someday this boy's
I
dreams
assume
will come
that's
true
just
too.
a thing for all the children of
Anyway,
Teyvat.
what's next? Should we visit Leola's harbor or take a short break? Yes, there does seem to be a large number of Milliliths stationed at the harbor. It would be great if I can learn something from them.
I'll have to play this back and see if you can hear. You probably can't since I have the Apple headphones
shall
on.
never prevail. Wow, it's good to
But-
finally meet you two. Yes, word is that a knight of Favonius has appeared in Liyue. That's why I came to have a look. I never expected that one of you would be the honored guest at the Chi Sing, and the other one must be the rumored knight of Favonius.
Oh, sorry. I am not yet a knight.
I see.
I see. Please excuse me for the misunderstanding. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Shayin, Millilith responsible for garrison and patrol duties.
And I am Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius. Of course, I am not yet an official knight.
Understood. Allow me to apologize on behalf of all the residents of this area for the misunderstanding earlier.
Oh, it's no big deal. More importantly, is there a reason why you were looking for a Knight of Favonius? May I be of any assistance?
Well, let me fill you in. I just received some intel that a group of treasure hoarders, originally from Mondstadt, has shown up in this area recently. According to the intel, they've set up camp near Stonegate.
There's a tornado siren. This is great, y'all.
For the Millilith to continue pursuing them. That's why I was hoping the Knight of Favonius could join me in the arrest.
I'm getting nervous that the power's gonna go out.
But it seems like this is easier said than done.
I'm sorry. Oh, if only I could have passed this selection exam earlier.
If I submitted an official request for assistance to the Knights of Favonius, all I would achieve is to buy the treasure hoarders time to plan their escape. Might I ask if there are any other Knights of Favonius in Liyue Harbor at present?
Any other knights in Liyue? Oh, of course! If it's a knight you need, well, there's one right here.
An honored guest of the Qixing and an honorary knight too? Well, if someone who's independently a hero in two different nations is willing to lend me a hand, I can't exactly do better than that. It's just that I feel a little ashamed calling on a hero who defeats ancient gods to assist with something so trivial.
Wait, so, as well as Storm Terror, you defeated an ancient god too?
Then I am truly honored. Please excuse me while I catch up with my comrades stationed at Stonegate. I will confirm the details of the arrest with them. Whenever the two of you are ready, please come and find me there. Let's rendezvous shortly. While the Millilith stands guard, evil shall never prevail.
Alright, let's get over to Stonegate. Oh boy. Okay. I guess we'll climb up. And then I think I've decided tomorrow I might actually knock out TCG and the Diana hangout. Because the other two hangouts I have are Inazuma ones, and I have some ideas about what to do with, about when to do them.
While the Millilith stands guard, evil shall never prevail. Thank you both for your help. We've confirmed the location of the treasure hoarders, and we will move out shortly. In case any of them slip through our grasp and try to escape to Mondstadt, we will need someone to guard this path. As I said earlier, it would not be appropriate for the Millilith to take action here, so I will have to rely on you two.
Though I am not a Knight of Favonius yet, may I still help in some capacity?
Oh, I only asked the honorary knight here to act as a witness. There are no specific restrictions over how the arrest is carried out. So please, there's no need to feel apprehensive about your involvement.
If that's the case, I shall be glad to help to the fullest extent that I am able.
Then I will meet up with my comrades first. If the treasure hoarders try to escape, they will have to pass through here. So I am counting on you two.
Would you mind letting recognition? Yes. If it hadn't been for you, I would not have been able to participate. As expected, compared to the honorary knight, I still have a long way to go, but I still want to do everything within my ability to share the load. As you wish. Then leave it all to me. Oh, they're coming already. Oh, facing them alone. Do I have what it takes? Steady as stone.
I wasn't done.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs his time to clean up.
Wasn't done. Picked the wrong test subject.
I did it! I actually did it! No! It's all because of your encouragement. Otherwise,
Thank you! We've successfully detained all the treasure hoarders who
I
tried
think
to
I've come to
escape
realize
through
this is what I don't like about
double-checked
Noelle.
the
We just
numbers against
constantly
the
have to be
intel we were given, and it looks like none of them
reassuring
escaped.
her
Small wonder that you are the honored guest
that
of the Chising and Mondstadt's
she's
honorary
doing
knight.
everything right, and that's kind of an annoying thing.
It was Miss Noelle who defeated the treasure hoarders. Thank you so much.
oh, you're quite welcome. To be of help to you, sir, and to the Millelith, it is my great honor.
You are too humble. I hear from the merchants that the Knights of Favonius of Mondstadt are both highly skilled and only too willing to rescue people in the direst of situations. With the skills and integrity you've shown, it's no wonder that the residents of Chuhu Rock mistook you for a real knight.
Sadly, they are quite mistaken. I am still far from becoming a real knight.
Then I sincerely look forward to seeing you in action in the future, after you do become a real knight. It's getting late. I should escort these treasure hoarders back. While the Millelith stands guard, evil shall never prevail. Hope to meet you both again.
Goodbye, Mr. Shaheen.
I actually quite liked his voice
Real
actor.
knight. How much longer until I become worthy of this title? Oh, you're right. Wow, the time flew by so quickly. Is it really time to go back already? Apologies. I know this is a lot to ask, but could you spend a little longer with me? I still have somewhere that I'd like to visit.
Okay. Where are we going? Oh, we're going to Stonegate. Okay. Noelle, if you make me... climb back up Stonegate, I'm gonna cry.
This is the place. That's right. I often make tea for the Knights of Favonius, so I wanted to come here and see what I can learn. Would you care to join me for some tea? Leola's tea is certainly different from that of Mondstadt.
Yeah,
The taste
probably.
and the consistency are different, but the warm and soothing sense it brings me as I drink it, that feels the same. When I read about the Knights
Well,
of
and
Favonius
this would be a leeway
once,
tea before we knew that Chen
so
Yuvale had a
different.
problem.
But it seems the desire to protect one's own people is the same everywhere. Yes! Deep down, people everywhere are the same. I don't think I'm so afraid of my exam anymore. I know I still have a long way to go compared to the honorary knight.
Yeah, well, I'm not a great example of what to put yourself up against.
This motivates me to work harder and look forward even more to the day when it finally comes. The day that I can fight side by side with you as a knight. Let's come back to Liyue again after my exam is over.
Okay, think of it this way, though. As a knight, you're gonna have to, like, apply for official vacation. Versus as a trainee, you can just go wherever. Okay. Man, it is really raining. You might actually be able to hear it because I have my porch door open.
Just... Yes, that's right. Yes. If we plan to explore further, let's take a short break first.
Good thing I took my trash out today, then.
Oh, you must be from Mondstadt. Looking at your outfit, you don't seem to be an ordinary civilian. In which case, surely you must be an illustrious knight of Favonius. Pardon my directness. My name is Iron Tongue Team. I was hoping that you could help me out.
Oh, hold on. I'm really sorry. I am not yet an official knight, but just a maid of the Knights of Favonius.
Maid? Of the Knights? A maid knight? Oh, now that is genuinely intriguing. Miss, if you're willing to help me out, I have every confidence that you will provide me with infinitely more source material than any other knight could. As you can see, I have been a local storyteller here for a long time, and, well, my audience is starting to tire of hearing the same old stories over and over again. When I saw this young lady show up just now, I was quite awestruck by her, so much so that I was suddenly inspired by the idea of writing a new book, A Knight's Journey Through Liyue. However, inspiration is just the start. I still need some material to work with. Even the most ingenious storytellers don't just come up with stories out of thin air. I do occasionally hear anecdotes about the Knights of Favonius doing the rounds here in Liyue, but they're mostly unreliable rumors, with everyone telling a different story. Far better to find an actual knight and see for myself.
But I am still not a knight yet.
Ah, don't worry about all that. As the saying goes, the story should be inspired by life, but larger than life. As the storyteller, I can change a detail or two here and add some dramatic effect there, you know.
Smith. I'll close my door.
What should I do? Although I should always lend a hand to anyone in need, it would be dishonest for me to pretend to be a real knight.
It's like flooding my balcony already.
You understand me. Miss, rest assured that I will not put you in a difficult spot. All I'm asking you to do is to come with me to the countryside and show me some of your blade work. Let me see something new. I'll fill in all the other details, all within reason, of course.
Well, okay then. If it's just providing some initial source material.
I heard earlier from the Millilith that some hilly churls have been wreaking havoc in the countryside. Ooh, let's head over there. This looks to be the place. Ah, it seems our timing is off. The hilly churls are nowhere to be seen.
Oh, if the hilly churls are not around, does that mean you can't get any source material?
Not necessarily. Look at all the things they left here. Miss, why don't you use your great sword to clean the place up?
Cleaning up? Well, that shouldn't be too difficult. But the hilly churls could return at any moment. Mr. Tian, please find a safe location from which to observe.
Okay. The knight's meticulous mind attended to each and every detail of her duty with the utmost care and attention. This is good. I can work with this very knightly.
Oh, you're taking notes already? Cleaning up a camp. I guess I do this kind of thing all the time. So it should be okay to include in your book.
Wonderful. I'll call this one the Indomitable Sword of Favonius.
Churls are back! Mr. Tian, please, be careful!
Sensational! I will call that one the Impregnable Shield of Chivalry. Yes, it's coming to me now. With the prescience of a prophet, the knight foresaw the precise moment of the hilly churl's return, and promptly warned the commoners to take cover. Now she stood alone, as she drew her sword and strode forward to confront the enemy. Oh, this is all great material. It's just a pity that the only enemies are these hilly churls. It needs a little more oomph. I've got it. Would the two of you be able to give me some kind of mementos?
Mementos?
That's right, mementos. Though the story is a work of fiction, the more real it feels, the more engaging it will be. Some sort of battle trophy to display before the audience would really seal the deal.
Okay, so something like a hilly churl mask or an arrowhead?
If it's all the same to you, I was thinking more along the lines of maybe a component from that ruin guard. Yes, you've got it. You really understand where I'm coming from. I've heard that there's a very common component in ruin guards called the, Chaos device? I should write down my new ideas before I forget them. Just hand the Chaos device to me once you've managed to obtain it.
Layla, get out of
If you
there.
can hand me that...
Taking my precious chaos devices?
Oh, such mighty power, so battered and bruised. I just need to embellish it a little further and this will be perfect.
Embellish it? Even further? Well, as long as I have been able to help you with your creative process.
Of course you have. Okay, I know where I'm going with this story now. I need to get back and start writing. Oh, and if the two of you have any free time later, stop by Third Round Knockout and you can hear me tell my new story.
Oh, I wonder how Mr. Tian's story will turn out in the end. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about it.
I have a great
Go back to Liyue
feeling.
Harbor and listen for ourselves.
It's gonna be some quality entertainment.
With a roar like thunder, iron clashed with iron. Then, 4 gigantic fists came pounding into the ground with a force beyond what could be put into words. So colossal was their weight, and so earth-shattering their impact. Such unthinkable power could easily cleave a stone peak right off the top of a mountain. Any ordinary human would either be torn to pieces in an instant, or at the very least, suffer indescribable injuries. But not so the knight from beyond the border. She did not flinch in the face of the flying iron fists, but sank instead into a low, fighting stance. And with one swift sweep of her sword, the clash of metal erupted once more as dust billowed all around. Moments later, there was a deep and dull thud as the dust dispersed to reveal 2 pairs of iron claws lying lifeless on the ground. Such is the awesome power of the impregnable shield of chivalry, an esoteric martial technique practiced exclusively by the Knights of Mondstadt. The knight barely had time to catch her breath before a dark shadow leaped up before her into the sky, blotting out the sun and turning day into night. It was a ruin hunter. But she was no ordinary knight, and in her heart she declared, "I have nothing to fear." With an almighty battle cry, she unleashed the indomitable sword of Favonius. Beams of golden light shone out in all directions. A gust of wind raced through the battlefield. Sparks flew and debris fell.
One knight against 2 ruin guards? And a ruin hunter? Surely that must be an exaggeration.
I suppose these stories are supposed to be taken with a grain of salt.
Is this about me? What is he talking about? Oh no, this won't do. I must ask him to rewrite the story.
Hard to believe? Then feast your eyes on this. This is solid proof of the Maid Knight's journey to Liyue. A fragment of a ruin guard's armor, cut from its carcass by a blow of her blade in the midst of her death-defying battle.
That is part of a ruin guard. A friend of a relative in the Millelith told me about these. Whoa.
It's real, all right. Look at the cuts on it. Fresh from the battlefield.
I must explain to Mr. Tien. Honesty, modesty. These are the virtues cherished by the knights.
Hey, will you look at that? That girl over there looks uncannily similar to the knight from the story.
Oh, I'd say more than just similar. She's the spitting image. Oh, should we get an autograph? Oh, it's definitely her. The legendary Maid Knight.
Huh? Oh, okay.
And so, the knight went west from Stonegate with her sword in hand and scaled the mountains of a vast new land. A legend from the moment she set foot in Liyue. Tales of the adventures of the Maid Knight would be talked about for hundreds of generations. Stay tuned for the next chapter.
Okay. Kind of interesting. That'll be the last of our Liyue stuff. I mean, technically Shinobu could come to Liyue. Alright.
thesis on chivalry. Oh, thank you. Oh, you mean studying isn't the only preparation I should be doing?
I don't know what I
If I
mean.
don't overcome my fear of the exam, I will just repeat the same mistakes over and over again.
Kind
Whenever I
of,
encounter
yeah.
something unexpected, I can't think straight. And whenever I start worrying that I might fail again, my mind goes completely blank. Take some more exams? Would that really help me? It's true that the more I study, the more unprepared I feel. It's inevitable that I'll run into something unexpected. But if I can simulate the atmosphere of an exam, then I can learn how to cope with it. But where would I even go to take one? The Adventurers Guild? Now that you mention it, someone once invited me to join them. Well, since it's recommended by the honorary knight, then I have to give it a try.
You really don't even need to worry anymore now that they've taken the electrohypostasis out of the testing for the Adventurers Guild. Do a quick spot check. Make sure. Just make sure that it's. Okay.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Thank you.
What kind of commission would you like to take on today? You wish to take an exam? Please wait while I verify your adventure record and the status of your recent commissions.
Sorry, Miss Catherine. Actually, I am the one who wishes to take the exam.
Oh, Noelle. You are finally ready to join the Adventurers Guild? Wonderful. I will process your application at once.
No. I just want to take an exam for the experience. Right now, I don't have any plan to become an adventurer. I'm sorry.
I see. What a pity. Our exams are only available to official members of the guild. The content of each exam is determined based on the adventurer's individual experience and commission status. As such, I am unfortunately unable to arrange for you to have an exam. However, since you just want to experience what an exam is like, perhaps you can talk to Cyrus, the branch master. As it happens, he has recently been working on a new entrance exam for the guild. It has not yet been approved for official use. Perhaps you could give it a trial run. Indeed. Although the entrance exam does have something to do with you joining the guild. You can ask Branchmaster
I can't remember, did I have to take some sort of entrance requirement?
right now drafting the syllabus.
Oh, I'm sure that's what he's doing at Angel
We don't
Share.
yet know what's included in the syllabus. Others in the guild have produced several drafts, but all of them were rejected by Cyrus.
It sounds as if I'll have a good chance of running into something unexpected. Yes, let's! Oh, I wonder what will be on the exam.
Hi, Cyrus.
Hunt down 3 ruin guards. Could it be a little too difficult?
Probably.
The newcomers will run a mile. Hunt down 3 boars in the forest. Oh, it's you. And Noelle, I see.
Hello, Mr. Cyrus. Are you working on the exam syllabus? How is it coming along?
Don't get me started. Since the Travelers solved the Storm Terror crisis and became Mondstadt's hero, a whole load of young people got excited and decided to join the Adventurers Guild. But most of them have no experience at all. They can't even handle a single slime without getting all battered and bruised in the process. So some genius in the guild decided, Why don't we make an entrance exam?
That sounds like a good idea, no? This way the adventurers won't get hurt so easily.
Yes, but if the exam is too difficult, no one will want to join. A few scrapes and bruises is nothing a strong will can't compensate for. Why doesn't anyone else in the guild understand this? Anyway,
I love his accent.
2 drafts, and now I'm working on a 3rd one myself. It's absolutely crucial that I get the difficulty level right. If only someone could give it a test run. At least then I could decide where the upper limit of difficulty should be.
Then, Mr. Cyrus, may I give it a try? I am very interested in experiencing the adventurer's entrance exam.
Oh? Well, you mean you want to take the adventurer's entrance exam? Ha ha! That's fantastic! Well, if it's you, Noel, even with every challenge at the highest difficulty, you shouldn't have any problem at all.
Yes. Please make sure they are the most difficult.
Excellent! That's the spirit of a true adventurer. Now, let me explain the rules of the exam. First, since adventurers often work in groups, you are welcome to invite others to assist you during the exam. If the traveler is willing, please join Noel. Indeed. Second, there are 3 parts to the exam, which are basic knowledge, survival skills, and a combat exercise. You only need to pass 2 out of 3 parts to succeed in the exam. But of course, Noelle should find she has no trouble getting a perfect score. And finally, remember at all times that being an adventurer takes
It's true, like, some of my commissions don't really have anything to do with fighting things, so maybe you also want some adventurers who don't necessarily do the combat-y stuff.
Without further ado, let's start part 1. Basic knowledge. A true adventurer must be well-versed in all sorts of relevant knowledge to handle whatever may come their way. I will ask you 3 questions. You may discuss among yourselves first, before giving me an answer. Question 1. An adventurer must be well acquainted with their environment to make sure they can obtain any resources they need. Tell me, which of the following local specialties of Mondstadt cannot be found near Wolvendom? Dandelion seeds, calla lilies, windwheel asters, or small lampgrass?
Wolvendom. I remember reading that there are wolf hooks everywhere, but the book made no specific mention of any other plants. No, I must approach this question differently. Is there anything here that requires specific environmental conditions in order to grow? Conditions that Wolvendom cannot provide? That's it! The windwheel aster mostly grows in Storm Terror's lair, at Windrise, and near statues of the Seven. All the others are much more widely found. Mr. Cyrus, our answer is windwheel aster.
Correct! There's no fooling you two, eh? On to question 2. An adventurer must always learn from their experience and keep track of everything they encounter in the form of a diary. There is a famous adventurer who once went exploring all over Lille, documenting his whole journey. Thanks to the notes he took of each location that he went, young adventurers are now able to plan ahead and avoid the dangers there. What is the name of this adventurer?
Learning from experience, writing diaries. It seems like adventuring requires constant self-reflection.
It really does. They make me take this diary everywhere.
I do believe
Well,
I have read about him.
handbook.
He even made his mark on Dragonspine. Oh, yes, it must be him. Oh, what was his name? That's it! It's Rold!
Correct! I had thought this question would be a little more challenging to adventurers from Mondstadt. Once again,
That's true, because these questions need to be for... These are all very Mondstadt-focused questions.
the most terrifying domain.
So you would want to make it so that people in other
All that awaits you there is a
adventurers
sea of
guilds
ashes and the deathly silence in the air.
is easily changeable. But at the same time, this would be from when it was just Mondstadt and Leeway, and also like
A windless land.
of all of the places, the one that really knows of us as Adventurers Guild people is Mondstadt. I mean, it comes up a lot it's come up a couple times in Natlin of like, we show our Adventurers Handbook kind of to prove who we are. But in most of the other places, at least within the main story, and within how the people of the nation treat us being an Adventurers Guild members, kind of second slot.
Correct. Keep this name in mind. Someday, you too will pass through this.
Yeah, it's coming up soon. Probably.
That's 3 for 3. As expected, these questions were no match for you. But be warned, things start to get a little trickier in the survival skills test. Now, go and prepare yourselves. Meet me at Good Hunter when you think you're ready. Okay, let's begin part 2 of the entrance exam.
Ready and willing, Mr. Cyrus.
Staying well-fed and making sure to prepare sufficient food supplies is a key survival skill for adventurers. That's why the second part of the exam is to prepare a food item fit for an emergency out in the wild. There are 3 criteria. Firstly, the ingredients must be easily accessible in the wilderness. Secondly, preparation and cooking must be quick and easy. Thirdly, well, the food item in question must be able to help someone in dire straits to bounce back from the brink and regain their strength. So go ahead, cook something full of passion and packed with flavor. Just bring it to me whenever it's ready. Noel, I await your dish with the greatest of anticipation.
Oh my god, this is a little weird.
Simple ingredients, easy to cook, helps you rally. Honorary Knight, do you have any idea? Steak. Good point. In a real emergency, all you'd need is a piece of meat. You wouldn't even need any seasoning. Okay then, once it's ready, let's take it over to Mr. Cyrus. We can always change our minds if we have a better idea. One must be careful not to act too hastily when taking an exam.
Oh, you're ready to go? Steak! Steak! Ha ha ha! Hands down the top choice of a true adventurer. Simple ingredients, highly nutritious, and most importantly, all you need to cook it is an open flame. And when it's not an emergency, adding a bit of seasoning
Real
makes it
passionate
even
about
better.
steak.
Succulent and juicy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The perfect accompaniment to an alcoholic beverage.
Really? If you like it so much, I can always make a few more.
Not at all. I was merely contemplating having a celebratory libation on Noel's behalf. In any case, congratulations on passing part 2 of the exam. Up next is the final stage. Go get yourself ready. Then meet me at Bright Crown Canyon.
Am I missing Cyrus? Oh. I just couldn't see him.
Ad Astra Abysosk, and welcome to the third and final part of your exam. Are you ready?
Please, begin. I am ready.
Good. Now, the most important skill set for an adventurer is, of course, combat skills. Ferocious monsters, dangerous machines. Only in the heat of battle against your enemy does that surge of adrenaline really kick in. This is the last part of the exam. Defeat the nearby Ruin Guard as quickly as you can. I will be watching from here. Give it all you've got, Noel.
Okay.
By royal decree.
Steady as stone.
Stars, shine through.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Honorary Knight! I did it! Not entirely. Whenever I've taken an exam in the past, I always get nervous and I can't control it. I know that it's just like in training, but I always end up worrying I might fail, but not this time. This time, it seems I was able to remain calm. Somehow, having you by my side is soothing. It must be because you are here with me that I was able to complete the exam. Thank you. Thank you. On the day of the real exam, if, and I mean only if, great. Oh, maybe, just maybe, things will be different this time.
Cyrus, you're gonna make me climb back up. Can't you come over to us?
Oh, back already? Seems like even the third part of the exam is a walk in the park for you. Now, please allow me to announce the results of your adventurer's entrance examination. You passed with a perfect score. Noel, you are incredible as always.
Oh, well, it's all because I had an honorary knight by my side.
Without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to officially grant you the title of Adventurer. May your days ahead be filled with adventure, and may you boldly explore the stars above and the abyss below. Ad Astra Abysos! My. I never thought I'd see the day when Noel would finally come around to the idea of joining the Adventurers Guild.
Oh, Mr. Cyrus, I'm terribly sorry, but actually
There's no need to talk like an outsider anymore. From now on, you can call me Branch Master, and I will call you Adventurer.
I'm very sorry, but I actually wasn't planning to join the Adventurers Guild at all. I just wanted to take an exam, so I could get used to the atmosphere. I thought it might help me better prepare for the Knights of Favonia's selection exam.
You mean, how can this be? I was just about to recommend you to the perfect adventure team. Why not give it some more thought? Even if you're not ready to be a full-time adventurer, you'd be more than welcome to help out every now and then. Just think of it as... yes. Think of it as part of your exam preparation. You know, if you think about it, adventurers have a lot in common with the knights. Both want to defend Mondstadt.
Exam preparation? Defend Mondstadt?
Yes, precisely. I assure you it won't take up too much of your time. I believe it's only around 4 commissions per day.
4 commissions? Maybe if I can squeeze out some time from my breaks. Oh, if I'm not careful, the urge to accommodate just takes over. I'm sorry, Mr. Cyrus, but I'm afraid that my answer is still...
Please, Noel, I'm begging you. We
Don't give in, Noel.
Oh, well, if my assistance is required... Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Cyrus. Maybe next time.
Hunt down 3...
That's it! That's it!
Correct! Ha ha ha! That...
Hello!
Okay, let's begin part...
Mondstadt grilled fish. You have a point. All it needs is a fish fillet and some pepper.
I'm good. How are you?
Let's take it over to Mr. Cyrus.
This account is like Adventure Make 53 or 54.
Taking an exam.
I started a new account to stream on to basically play through all the content again. Hence why.
Oh, you're ready to go?
My main account is like almost to AR 60. I don't get on and do dailies as much anymore, which is why it's not all the way at 60 yet. But I've been working at it. But of course, right as I started working at doing my dailies more regularly again, no, it's North America. I sliced off my finger and had to go to the did not slice off my finger. I sliced off the top of my finger and had to go to the hospital. So we'll see how much daily commissions I get in with one of my fingers being wrapped up. The doctor said it'll be like 2 weeks. Can't believe I just said I sliced off my finger. I did not slice off my finger. Oh. That's what my mom heard when I called her. I called her crying, and I said I sliced off part of my finger, and she heard the finger's gone.
Mondstadt grilled fish, if I'm not mistaken. The fragrance is certainly rather rejuvenating.
So,
Mondstadt
grilled fish is the correct answer?
Well, the issue is, many people can't eat fish that hasn't been seasoned
I don't
with plenty
know.
of pepper. I, for one,
I'd have to look at my main account. It's not very high. I'm not really into like
basically, I think there are more
damage showcasing or focusing on one team to get a maximum amount of damage. I kind of like to run around and try out new teams in the overworld and stuff. So like,
Go get yourself
you know,
and meet me at Bright Crown Canyon.
you know, there's people who like they really focus on one team and then they're gonna go and they're gonna get like 1,000,000 damage, and that's just not me. I can see on this account See, and the other thing is, like, especially on this account, my highest damage is probably from, like, it could potentially be from some random thing. Let's see. I don't even know. And I'm playing on PlayStation, so if there's any weirdness. Okay, yeah, this account is only like 121. I think on my main account it's higher, but I only have it on my PlayStation, so I can't really go switch and look. Unless, is that something that shows up on Hoya Lab? Let me see. Let's look. Let's look. Yeah, for this one, for... yeah, it's not on Hoya Lab. My Hoya Lab does get to show off how I have my main account, so this account always looks a little weird to people because I go region by region, so like I finished Mondstadt, except for these stupid hangouts because they take the keys. I've got Dragonspine, I've got Mainland Leeway, and then I'm going in order. So then I'm Inazuma, and I'm hopping from island to island, so like I won't unlock things until I get there in the story. Although sometimes I have to like go and unlock like domains, and I have a couple of teleport points scattered around so I can get to bosses. But let me pull it up then. Genshin. Oh my gosh, typing on my left. Gosh, this is... Let me find it. So like I said, this is just my little baby alternate account. Just stats. I don't know, I'll have to find it at some point. Damn, my Zhongli's top 23. My Klee's also semi top stuff. But no, right now I'm trying to get through the Hangouts. I'm hoping tonight to finish the Noel. And then it's already pretty late for me, so we'll see, but I might do Toma or Sayu. I have... Diona's locked... Yeah, it's weird. I don't generally use Akasha. No, it's almost midnight here. I'm in the US, but my Diana hangout is locked behind this stupid TCG thing. And so I think that's what I'll be doing tomorrow on stream. And maybe it'll be good for me. I'll actually be learning TCG because on my main account, the night TCG came out, I believe I got drunk and learned to play TCG with that method. Like one does. I'm not even going to bother with Noel. And so I think there was one period after that where I messed around with TCG.
Barbados, guide us.
I'll let Noel get some hits in there.
Honorary knight! I did not entirely.
Make me climb all the way back up to Cyrus. I have to say, I have, since slicing my finger, I've since rewrapped it, and now I can actually hit the sprint and the skill buttons.
Oh, back already? Seems like even the third part of the exam is a walk in the park for you. Now, please allow me to announce the results of your adventurer's entrance examination. You successfully passed the exam! Oh, and you were so close to getting a perfect score, it feels like a missed opportunity. But if even Noel could not get the perfect score, then maybe I still need to adjust the difficulty level a little further. Yes, the barrier to entry must be lowered to cater
Alright,
to
it was really nice to meet you. Feel free to come back anytime. I stream pretty regularly. I like to tell myself that at least.
I didn't get a perfect score?
Hey now, first things first. Allow me to congratulate
And well, in life you need to learn that you can't always get a perfect score. Alright. Bye.
Where did I go wrong? Is there any hope for me to improve? If I could start over. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cyrus, what were you saying just now? I was a little lost in my own thoughts.
I was about to ask whether you would have the time to visit the guild with me.
I do apologize, Mr. Cyrus. I must get back to my exam preparation. If I don't review my mistakes, I will only repeat them the next time I run into the same problem. It seems I still have lots to learn. I will head back to the library now and continue studying.
Noel, you already passed your exam. What do you need to study for? Sure, you made a few mistakes, but this is an overreaction. I see. Well, when you get back, would you mind going to the library and checking on Noel? I hope my exam hasn't affected her mood. How can I get the exam to the right difficulty level? I should go back to the Angel's Share and give this some careful consideration over an alcoholic beverage.
You do that, Cyrus. No, poor Noel.
Mustn't fall asleep. Oh, sorry, I zoned out a little. I didn't notice you there. I've summarized my experiences from the mock exam and created a new reading list. getting to know Mondstadt's geography, and a 1-minute history of adventuring in Mondstadt. Oh, there's so much I can learn from them. And then there's eating well in Mondstadt. I never realized there were so many ways to cook in the wild. Oh, and also...
Okay, Noah, you also need to remember that there are things about adventure stuff that you don't need to know about
further study.
for the night stuff.
There's so much to get through. Will I really be able to finish them all? But what if this is the one time they do come up? What then? What if they ask me how to rescue an adventurer? Or how best to collaborate with the Adventurers Guild? If I neglect these topics now, I may live to regret it later. It looks like every second I have between now and my exam is going to count.
Oh, I'm sorry, Noelle.
A thesis on chivalry. Oh, thank you. Oh. Imagine myself passing the exam. What kind of knight? I always thought that just qualifying to be a knight was challenging enough to begin with. The knight that I want to be someday. Oh, that feels so far away that it's a little difficult to imagine. An outrider? I'm sure Amber would be happy to see the outriders grow as a team, but my strengths are not in scouting and luring the enemy. And I'm not as agile as Amber. I don't know if I would be of any assistance to her. However, I did once get Amber to teach me how to make Baron Bunnies. If I were to use Baron Bunny to lure the enemy away and protect my fellow knights, I suppose I could do it. I still have some of the materials we used when she taught me. There's just a few extra things I'd need. Making the stuffing requires pyroslime condensate, and the red dye used to grab the enemy's attention can be made from crushed valberries. It's just that dried valberries are not very suitable for making dye. I'll need to get some fresh ones from the Stormbearer Mountains. So, let's start by going to the Stormbearer Mountains.
You can gather valberries, then I can plant them.
Yes, this should be plenty of valberries. Oh, pyroslimes. Perfect. They can provide us with another ingredient we need.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Not now. Pyroslime condensate? Crushed valberries? Good. Now I can start to make a Baron Bunny. Through here. Conceal the stitch. Done. Far from it. I know it looks the part on the outside, but I still don't know if it will really work. There should be a hilly churl camp nearby. Let's place the Baron Bunny there and try it out. Someone needs assistance. The hilly churls are coming back. Let's see if the Baron Bunny gets their attention. What's going on? They're completely ignoring the Baron Bunny. They're coming this way. Watch out!
darkness! Come, sever night from day! Not now.
Wind, hear me.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Yeah, they did not pay attention to that bunny at
Neither
all.
attracted their attention nor exploded. In the end, all I managed to recreate was the outward appearance.
That's what I assumed they ever did that. Okay, to be an outrider, you don't need a Baron bunny.
Ready to carry out the work of a fully qualified knight. But I just can't think of what else I could do.
There's like 10 million other knights.
Forward to passing the exam, I always ended up disappointed in the end. Whenever I remember that feeling of disappointment, I stop being able to think about what kind of knight I could become. Master Jean? How could I ever become someone great like her? Master Jean is a pillar of the Knights of Favonius, and a great source of inspiration to me. If I could gain even one or two of her qualities, I would be very happy. But the thought of becoming a knight just like her in every way? Oh, I could never achieve that. You think so? I suppose if the goal is set so high that I couldn't hope to achieve it immediately, I won't be too disappointed day to day. But where to start? I can't imagine what I would need to do to become more like Master Jean. Oh, that's true. Master Jean is always lending a hand to citizens in need. So strong, but so gentle too. I still don't think I can do what Master Jean does. But at least I could start by trying to be gentle like her. Okay, then let's head back to Mondstadt and see if anyone needs help.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. I was focused solely on chatting with Quinn. I didn't see anything else at all. If you're out of other options, maybe you could get help from the Knights? I'm sure if Master Jean heard about it, she'd help you find it in no time.
Thanks. I'll check with a few more people first. If no one has seen it, then I guess I'll just have to ask the Knights.
Alright, well, I hope it turns up soon. Bye now.
Maybe I should just tell the Knights already.
Miss Marjorie, are you in need of assistance?
Oh, Noelle. Since you asked, I seem to have misplaced a monocle that I imported from Sumeru. I was organizing the stock that had just arrived, and because the monocle was so fragile, I took it out, wiped it, and put it aside. But then, I went to get it after I was done with
Who
the
would
stock,
want
and
to buy
it
a
was
monocle from Sumer?
I've asked
Well,
around, but no one seems to have
I don't know. I
any
mean,
idea
I
where it
guess
could
maybe
be.
if that's where the only place to get a monocle, maybe Sumeru has it in with the monocle trade.
Anything like this? Well, it's not completely unheard of. You know my store. There are all sorts of exotic items. In the past, I've lost a carved wooden perch and some boneware, but as soon as I reported them missing to the Knights, they were recovered right away.
May I ask, where were the missing items recovered from?
Oh, the wooden perch was mistaken for a real fish by Margaret's cat, and as for the boneware, they eventually found that in a dog kennel somewhere outside the city.
Oh no, we mustn't increase Jean's workload any further. Master Jean's time should be spent on more important things. Miss Marjorie, would you mind letting me help you find the missing monocle? I may not be as efficient as Master Jean, but I will do my very best to help you find it.
Oh, of course that's okay. But isn't asking Noelle the same thing as asking the Knights?
I'd better gather some more information before heading out. As well as confirming some details regarding the monocle itself, we should find out as much as possible from Marjorie about the circumstances under which it went missing.
So, do you have some ideas on where to start? Ask me whatever you want to know. I'll answer to the best of my memory. A missing item. Well, it's a monocle to start with. And since it came from Sumeru, the design should be fairly recognizable. As for other distinguishing features, it's very light and it's very small. I had my head down and I was busy working through the stock. I didn't see anything that was going on around me. But the street is so busy that surely someone would have noticed if it had been stolen. Oh, now that you mention it, I do
Oh, a
remember
bird
hearing
took
some
it.
kind of flapping sound. The sound went as soon as it came, and I was focused on checking if anyone had seen anything, so I didn't give it too much thought at the time.
Look at me, already cracking the case.
I first heard it behind me, and then it seemed to fade out in a northwesterly direction. Now I wish I'd followed the sound and spoken to people along the way.
Honorary Knight, shall we go head in that direction and make some inquiries? Maybe we'll find some clues. Excuse me, Glory. Have you heard anything that might be described as a flapping sound in this area recently? Marjorie's monocle has gone missing from her shop. We're trying to look for clues.
Flapping sound? Yes, I think so. I believe it was the sound of a finch flapping its wings. It sounded a lot heavier today than usual, as if it was carrying something.
So, maybe the finch took the monocle back to its nest. Oh, I've seen their nests in the past on occasion, while I'm cleaning the roof. What do you say we have a look, Traveler? Finally, we have a lead to go on. Thank you, Glory.
You're welcome. May you swiftly recover the lost item by the grace of the Animo Archon.
Race you!
They're gonna make us climb all the different buildings now.
No, it doesn't seem to be here. We found it! This must be Miss Marjorie's missing monocle. Let's take it back to her right away. I hope we haven't kept her waiting too long.
Where are they still down here? No, she's back at her shop now. Okay.
Miss Marjorie? Here. We found your monocle.
Wow, you were so quick. How wonderful. I thought I wouldn't be hearing back for a few days yet. Sure. In the past, when I've lost something and asked the Knights for help, it can take them a while to get around to it. After all, the Knights have all sorts of things that they're busy with, big and small. No matter how capable Jean might be, she can't be in two places at once, can she? Thanks to you, Noelle, we don't have to trouble the Knights with every little thing that comes up. Now that I think about it, Noelle is basically like another Jean. In that sense, it really does feel like Jean can be in two places at once.
No, surely you can't be serious. How can I compare to Master Jean? I can only help people with small things, like finding lost property.
Whether it's big or small, it's all the same to us. Things we can't handle by ourselves. Noelle, once you've qualified as an official knight, will that mean you don't have time to help us anymore? I, for one, am going to miss you.
No, not at all. If I do become a knight in the future, I will continue to help everyone with their problems.
I was just kidding. Keep up the good work, Noelle. I'm sure everyone in Mondstadt can't wait to see the kind of knight you become.
I will keep working hard.
Thanks again. I suppose I should put this in a secure place this time.
The kind of knight that I become. Oh, do I? Yes. Maybe it's because I'm not afraid anymore. I've never dared to imagine myself as a knight before. I always feared that the higher my expectations, the more disappointed I'll be if I don't live up to them. But let's say I do become a knight in the future. Maybe I will simply continue to do the same things that I'm doing right now. It doesn't matter to me how small these things are or how tiring. I do these things not because I'm a maid, but because of my own will. Yes, there's no need to become someone else, nor worry about failing. As long as I perform better in my next exam than in my previous one, then one day, I will become a knight that I can be proud of.
Alright. We're on the last section of it. And then we'll be free of Noelle. I needed to investigate how to spell her name for something.
Yes, this should be plenty of bowberries. Oh, pyro slimes. Perfect. They can provide us with another ingredient we need. Pyro slime condensate, crushed bowberries. Good. Now I can start to make a Baron bunny. Through here. Conceal the stitch. Done. Far from it. I know it looks the...
I have to do this again.
The hilly trolls are coming back. Let's see if the Baron bunny gets their attention. What's going on? They're completely ignoring the Baron bunny. They're coming this way. Watch out!
Shadow Raven, let night fall. I summon.
Oh. Captain Kaya? No.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be a good Captain Kyle because, considering in your first, the first hangout,
I simply wouldn't know where to begin.
you couldn't figure out that guy was suspicious as hell.
Oh, so you mean I should focus on smaller steps in order to achieve a larger goal? Well, I suppose with smaller goals, I won't be disappointed day to day. Since the larger goal is so high, I couldn't hope to achieve it immediately. In which case... Captain Kaya seems to be in the habit of fishing for information at Angel's Share. That's pretty small, and yet, I heard that the reason we were able to arrest those treasure hoarders last time was thanks to Captain Kaya's intel. All right. I hope I can find some intel that proves useful to Mondstadt.
Get in Angel Share. What are we reporting it to Outrider Amber? I mean, I know we're not around, but I feel like at this point we're so high level, like high up, that probably it would be something you'd want to report to Jean.
Oh, it's the honorary knight in Noel. Can I get you a drink? A non-alcoholic drink, of course.
Of course.
We didn't come here to drink. I wanted to ask if there's been anyone causing any trouble in the tavern lately.
Troublemakers? Let me think. Actually, there was one.
Oh, really?
It's that guy drinking at the table over there. Payne. He keeps ordering refills of our strongest drink, Death Afternoon. Look how he's wobbling. If he passes out drunk, that could spell trouble.
Yes, that certainly sounds like a lot of trouble, although that's not quite what I was asking about. Is there anything in the tavern that has been out of the ordinary lately?
Out of the ordinary? Let me think. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there is. There are still some empty glasses on the tables upstairs that need clearing away. Must have been left there by the customers this morning. But I am busy with the accounts at the moment, and if I can't find time to clear the tables before the evening crowd arrives, things could get difficult.
Really? Well, that sounds truly terrible. Maybe I can help? Oh, sorry. I couldn't help myself. Mr. Charles, what I was really trying to ask was...
Oh, I know.
Pretty sure I put in my thing that my finger was injured and my fighting was hard, and I feel like that's attracted people to try to join.
I couldn't accept your offer in good conscience. That being said, we are quite overwhelmed right now. So if it's all the same to you, ma'am, would you mind serving the customers for a while?
Oh, okay then. It seems you are in great need of assistance.
Oh, thanks a million. I'll leave you to serve the customers then. Start by taking this Death Afternoon to Payne, and then maybe you can clear the tables on the second floor? Thanks. I'll leave the tavern in your capable hands.
Wow. So this is what happens when I try to go with the flow. It appears that Captain Kaya's way with words does not come the most naturally to me. But waitressing in the tavern should be a good means of gathering intel, right? It's quite a common motif in the books I've read. I just need to keep my eyes and ears open while I'm helping Charles with the tavern duties. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Excuse me, Payne. Here is the drink you ordered.
What? What's that? Oh, yeah, put it to the side. I think I need to sober up. This drink is strong. Oh, I don't feel so good.
Mr. Payne, are you all right? Do you need to take a rest? Let me think. If I'm not mistaken, Captain Kaya would first get his subject drunk before asking them any questions. This appears to be true. We must find another approach. Captain Kaya would probably appear cordial and sincere as a means to convince
Maybe we shouldn't be saying all of this in front of him. I mean, I know he's pretty drunk,
focusing on the
but...
person's individual circumstances and communicate a complete willingness to help. Then slowly move the conversation in the desired direction. Ooh, but how can I offer to help Mr. Payne right here and now? I've got it! Perhaps the dried fruits that I prepared for my exam could help him to sober up. Mr. Payne? Please eat this. It will make you feel better.
Oh, what's this? Oh, it tastes sweet and sour. Ooh, woof. I do feel slightly better now. Oh, you're Noelle, isn't it? And next to you is...
Mr. Payne? Are you feeling any better? Is there anything you wish to tell me?
Next to you is, it's the deaf afternoon that I order. Yes. Did you bring this to my table? Oh, thanks, Noelle. This drink is so strong.
Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne? How can this be? Drinking like this is disastrous for one's health. Perhaps. Although, maybe it would be easier if there were a few more customers. Oh, Mr. Charles also asked me to clear the tables on the second floor.
Also, like, Kaya probably is getting intel when he knows there's people to get intel from, not just, like, random drunk people that show up regularly.
It's such a mess. I must clear everything away quickly so that we can serve more customers. Oh, so many stains. Oh, once the tables are clear, they'll need to be washed with a good detergent. We're almost done. A clean and tidy environment always brightens my mood. Whew. Finally, all clear. Let's go check in with Charles. Mr. Charles, everything has been dealt with. Is there anything else you need help with?
Pretty good.
The customer at the table by the window just ordered a couple of things. Would you mind taking care of
Let
them?
me make them stop talking.
Leave it all to me.
With Noelle here, the tavern feels livelier than ever.
So I was able to wrap it. So I've unwrapped it and rewrapped it a couple times, and it's no longer bleeding. Pretty much. I mean, it's still kind of some blood, especially when I go to unwrap it and rewrap it. But I don't have to pack as much into it. And also, I was able to make the dressing a little shorter since it's only the very top of my finger. And so I can now, it's not as easy, but I can now use a portion of my finger to actually press the buttons on my controller. So I've been doing good. So I'll be all geared up and ready for Animal Crossing tomorrow. I've tested out holding the Switch. I've tested everything out. I'll be fine. It's really not in any pain except for like I figured out when I pick up like cups and stuff, for some reason, however it is that you're moving your finger or something when you do that kind of hurts. And then like sometimes I'll bonk it on something, but honestly, after a certain point, what the recovery is really going to be is like physically I'll technically be fine, but I won't have any feeling in my finger for a couple months at least. Also, you just missed someone come into my chat, be all nice with me, talk about games, then become my Discord friend, and then they pull up with their art, and they were like, you can have one for free, no charge. And I was like, I'm not being tricked by this, no. So then I had to block them on everything. And it was like AI art, too. And they said they had hundreds, which is what set me off into, this is not normal art.
But at least it's over now. Well done to you, too. Oh, Intel. No. I got so caught up with working that I completely forgot we were here to gather intel. What should I do? There are hardly any customers that I could talk to.
There is a huge thunderstorm here. We're in a tornado warning for the next 4 hours. At one point, it was just like pouring rain because I had my balcony door open and just like the screen up, and it was so loud.
Oh, am I so incapable of handling even a simple task like this?
Yeah, we're in a severe weather watch currently.
I've been a bartender here for more than a decade, and I've never seen a happier crowd of drinkers than the ones who are here tonight. I can only assume that with you serving the customers, the wine tasted all the sweeter.
I'm quite sure that can't be true. I didn't do anything particularly special.
Customers don't come here purely for the drinks. They come for what the drink represents. Some time to relax after a long day of work. Often customers choose this tavern not just for the quality of the drinks we serve, but also for the great atmosphere. You may not have brewed the wine, or even mixed the drinks. But for many customers, service with a smile is what makes the difference between a glass of wine and a great night out. It seems this tavern could do with more than just a single bartender. What we need is some
Well, D-Luke's rich. Get him to hire some people. I don't know.
Perhaps I could convince the boss to hire a server. Anyway, I digress. Thanks again for all your help tonight.
Convince your boss that I'm old enough to drink.
I'm so glad to know I made everyone so happy. Yes, even though I failed to imitate Captain Kaya.
Like I said, I knew you were not going to imitate Captain Kaya because in the first part of your hangout, there was no self-preservation. That man was so suspicious, and you were just like, let me take you around town. Let me bring you all around Mondstadt.
It looks like I was still able to help those in need. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. I sense that it's probably not the best moment.
Sorry, I don't like Noelle very much. Her whole shtick is that she thinks she's bad at everything, and our job is to kind of just comfort her.
However, could I ask for one last little favor? Drinking to make merry is all well and good, but passing out drunk in my tavern? That's a pain. Pain ordered 2 more deaths after.
Why are you still serving him? Are there no laws? I guess Mondstadt is the land of freedom and alcohol. Probably there aren't any rules about how much you can legally serve somebody. Oh my gosh, so I blocked them and now they're trying to just send me friend requests.
Where'd that wind come from?
They're like, oh, what happened? Like, just because you aren't gonna charge me for the art now. I should be saving all of my wishes for Redsley and Serena next round, but we do get Zhongling constellations. It's actually really good. If you come to tomorrow's early stream, so in order to do this hangout for Diona, I have to do this whole quest surrounding the card game for Genshin Impact. And when I originally learned it on my main account, I was drunk. So my memory of it is slightly foggy. Now, there was a brief period like 6 months ago where I kind of learned it again. But yes, there's an official card game. It's a TCG game, if you know what that is. It's just Genshin TCG. But no, so I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try to do her hangout. And then... No. Especially because I play on console, there's not really a way of... I mean, I'm sure I could find a way, but I don't think there's, at least as far as I know, a way of cheating it. And honestly, in the context of this story quest, I don't remember it being that difficult. I passed it while drunk. That tells you anything. Here's the event for this time. I want to try her test run. I'm going for her. I'm not trying hard to go for her on my main account because she's being added to the standard banner, but this is Mizuki. And I actually kind of love her design. And I'm not really saving for anyone.
Cast your worries to the wind.
Oh my gosh. I love her.
Cue the spotlight. Go. You're free now. Sweet dreams. Yachan, Taechan, let's go.
I'm in love. Oh my gosh, she was so fun. I have to have her on my main account, I think. Honestly, she would probably be better on this account. But let me look. Let me look on who she goes, what her good teams are. That was actually fun. Let's see what do we need to build her? She's a catalyst, but I'm pretty sure I can make a fun little catalyst for her. Okay. Okay. That was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I think I'll get her on my main account because I have the stuff for the team that would go good for her. Okay, now, because I'm going to get off pretty soon to go to bed. Well, I probably won't go to bed for a while, but I'm going to get off and pretend that I'm going to bed. You know how it is. But I've got some stuff I need to do. There's these it not here? Okay. I want to make sure I understand what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know how long these are going to be.
Could I trouble you to deliver this letter to Barbara-sama on my behalf? Please don't misunderstand.
Oh,
this isn't a
the BAs are on strike, so there's no voices
we of the fan club composed
for
together.
some of them.
Well,
I forgot about that.
charity work? Oh, please don't joke. If you really want to help me, then please enlighten me. I don't know how to express my feelings. Of course, I'd give anything for her, body and soul. She's so wonderful and...
Oh, by the way, Albert is a stalker. He's a creepy stalker.
I'm club president. You mean that rather than having my eyes fixed on Barbara-sama all the time, I should go out and help people and make them smile?
Yeah, he's like a freak.
Very well. Thank you, sister. I'll pass your words on to everyone in the fan club.
We hate him. We hate Albert. Okay. All right. Let's see, who else can we find today? Nobody around here. Kazuha's out and about? This is kind of sad that Kazuha's not going to have voice lines, probably. Kazuha's voice actor is great. But such is life. But it's okay because pretty soon I'll be able to do his story quest and we'll have a return to Kazuha voice acting. There's, does that take them off the board? Okay. There's Kazuha. I'll go talk to Yoonjin next. We'll bring out Fischl. Here's my Fischl in her cute little outfit from the event, or not my Fischl, my Xiangling, in the cute little outfit from the event that I had to play on my phone. It is so adorable. I figured out how to get my, controller attached to my phone, but the problem with that was that for some reason Genshin was seeing it as like an Xbox controller, and so its button names were all wrong, and I had to sit there and figure out what button meant what. Rehearsals are complicated. Yeah, you can never control whether an audience will like what you put out. Genshin's a great example of that. Right now it's not a popular time for Genshin. Let's go find Zhongling. Yeah, people are not going wild for Genshin right now. I personally am not really having an issue with anything going on. There's 2 Zhonglings.
Smells great, doesn't it? This is the first of Yingar's new batch. She sent me a small box of samples. Oh, hey, traveler. Come over, come over. Give this scent a try. What do you think? Ding, ding, ding. That's right. Just a few days ago, I was passing by Yingar's place and saw her looking all worried, so I asked her what was wrong.
Being reminded that Yingar was actually a porcelain worker and that she also just happens to casually make perfume, so it was kind of wild. I don't know if I'd ever really recognized she was actually a porcelain maker.
She told me that she wanted to make some new perfumes that would be really appealing, but that she'd been racking her brains for days without any good ideas. So, she asked me if I could think of a scent that would be novel, popular, but also something completely untried by any other perfumer. So I said to her that most perfumes are made from flowers or plant extracts. So why not try making one that
I see this hasn't hit the Teyvat market.
really fun?
Well, right now I think my perfume is plant smelling, but I always like the vanilla or like the cupcake scents. You did promise to have dinner with us.
All right, no problem. Come on in. I'll have 2 plates of almond tofu ready for you in no time. Ooh, this perfume sure packs a punch. I wonder if she can maybe make some grilled tiger fish next time. Or golden shrimp balls, maybe.
Try something new with the One Bean Restaurant.
Okay. I think that's all for leeway then, so... Okay. There might not be any more today then. knows for sure? Oh, no. A Zhongli. A wild Zhongli appeared. I believe this is Zhongli. Listen, she's friends. She's friends with the Raiden Shogun. Okay. Yeah, I need to do it for, I think there's 5 a day. No, there's more. Okay, we'll just run around and do as many as we can. Shenhe, oh, I forgot, Shenhe works here. I forgot about
Long
that.
was the road, and treacherous the way. As we guarded our clients, many trials and tribulations did we endure.
They just get
Are you mad
English
at me for
staff
only
to
returning to see you
record
now?
these, maybe?
How could I be? I just, as clouds by morning, as rain by night, I dwell ever in the mountain sight.
Not like it's bad, like it's fine. It's a fine. Yeah, I just with so many on strike, I wonder if these are just people working for the English office.
Oh, May.
Hey there, Shenhe! Oh, she was just saying that we haven't been to One Min Restaurant in a while. Well, we've got time today, so we decided to swing by for some lunch. Is Chef Mao not in today? Oh, really? What can you cook then? Awesome! Those are some of our favorites. That's right. Paimon the Great Gourmand and taster
Oh,
of
Paimon the Great Gourmand.
give you some tips today. Let's go! Whoa, the veggies got
Watch out, traveler.
That's the traveler.
Watch your fingers. So I took a picture of my finger and sent it to my dad.
Hang on. Isn't the flame a bit
He said a couple months.
Hey, Shenhe! Smoke's pouring out from beneath the stove! Wait! Why'd you freeze over the stove, too? Huh? This tastes surprisingly good. The chili chicken's taken on a whole new texture after being flash frozen. Have we discovered a new dish by accident? Mmm, delicious! Come try some, you two.
Hello there. Are you open for business right now?
Oh, looks like more customers are starting to show up. Guess she should get back to work, Shenhe.
Sunset Red Tours. You sure a name like that will bring in clients?
Aw, come on. We can work on the name later. What I'm telling you is that sending your elderly family out on tours is a thing youngsters do to show their filial piety nowadays, so they say. It's a business opportunity not to be missed. Sorry, could we order, please?
I don't know if that's what they mean by sending your family, your elderly family members out on tours. There's going to be official anecdote? Because, you know, having played all these Hangouts, I realized that, like, in actual game, there really is no permanent official content. If I hadn't done the summer quest all those years ago, I wouldn't know a thing about Fischl.
Yes, mein Fräulein.
Oh, Oz's
my
voice
sovereign,
actor
my
is
noblest and
back.
gracious liege. Not only do your retainers and the Adventurers Guild speak your true name aloud, but they even named the Heilige Edicta, the official dictionary. They regard it as no more than a reference book, meant for mere children to understand the basic facts of life, and they do not perceive, much less comprehend, the truths concealed within. Alas, such lamentable mortals. Is this not a form of blasphemy? Surely it must be so.
Osvaldo. This is a shame that there is no voice acting on this.
Oh, it's you, Fish... Your Highness, the Princessin. Well, we were just passing through, but since the ruler of the Immernachtreich has shown us your royal favor, then please, bestow upon us Samora.
Mein Fräulein fears that the temptations of Mora would lead you astray. And might I add that, despite how it may sound, she is not simply making excuses because she cannot afford to honor your request.
That's right. The world's a big place with all kinds of dreams after all. Huh? What's wrong, Fischl? Are you ill?
Fear not, Paimon. Mein Fräulein is not ill, merely using her power.
Really? Noble and pure. Is that the kind of person Paimon is? Paimon's kind of awesome.
No, purge yourself of the foul taint of Mora, Paimon.
Completely purged the taint of Mora?
That is precisely mein Fräulein's meaning. Not
Do you hear that?
a single
Purge yourself of money. Give all of your money to me.
Not even one? Paimon's so sad. Hey, why are you all looking at Paimon like that? You don't seriously think she was asking for Mora, do you?
Does Paimon even have any Mora?
It was a joke! It's been a while. Right! And it's so nice to see you again, Fischl. Oz. What are you doing here anyway? And what's that? Wow! That sounds super impressive. But what is it exactly?
Simply put, it is a tome that can translate Mein Fräulein's speech into common tongue. As such, the adventurers have taken to calling it the official dictionary. Yes, but please be aware that using anything other than its official title is quite disrespectful. It is formally named the Heilige Edikta der Verurteilung. We will have to make sure that this is noted in the revised version.
Wait a minute! So the book actually exists?
This is much longer than the other ones. But I suppose they have to account for Oz as well.
Mein Fräulein means to say that she will let you see the book once editing is complete.
Wow! That's so nice of you, official.
What Mein Fräulein means to say is, will be done soon, stop rushing me.
That sounded a lot colder post-translation. Did you make a mistake somewhere, Oz?
My apologies. Allow me to rephrase. What Mein Fräulein means to say is, come on, we're almost done, so don't rush me.
Go find Sucrose now at 1,000 Winds. Oh, Sucrose has climbed. Are you investigating the bird, Sucrose, and not the Ruin Guard? That is kind of fascinating. It could just be their sensors, like maybe it can sense the difference between humans and animals. Let's go find... Oh, shit! It is attacking you. Xingqiu, we just got attacked trying to get for you. You're rich. I need compensation. Wait, is that Zhongli again? Is there a second Zhongli anecdote? They just like him that much? Yeah, I bet so. That's true. It kind of gets stale by the time it got here. And you probably shouldn't go into Fontaine. Just a warning. Fair warning. Okay, now we're gonna go meet Cloud Retainer at her house, which we don't know about yet because we haven't done that quest. We are halfway there though. And Shenhe.
Shenhe, what are you two talking about? Oh, of course! Friendships need to be maintained from time to time, don't they? Also, Paimon overheard you talking about a good meal. Is there something Paimon should know about that? O'er mountains tall and rivers wide, come see Lila's wondrous sights. Accommodation at special guest suites, tasting authentic local delicacies, traveling in exclusive carriages. Wow, Paimon kinda wants to try this out too! Also, a trip this luxurious couldn't have been cheap, right?
How much are you making at the Wanmin restaurant?
Huh? Wait, haven't you paid the deposit already? Uh-oh. What do we do? She's mad for sure. Come on, we gotta think of something. Hey! No, she's definitely not mad at you.
She is, Paimon.
Don't blame yourself, okay? But even though she said she didn't want to go, she's really proud of you anyway. You should have seen her smile while we were chatting. Any wider and it would have split her face in two. She's probably just disappointed because she was looking forward to this trip. And it went up in smoke. What do you think, Traveler? An exclusive? Ooh, Paimon gets it! You're going to put together a travel itinerary tailored just for her, right? That sounds like a good plan! Nice one, Traveler! Oh, and what do you think, Shenhe? Just leave it to us! She's the world-famous Traveler, after all, and Paimon's her...
I have traveled a lot of places in
We'll come up
Liyue.
with a trip that's up to Shenyun's standards for sure! since she's seen all there is to see in Liyue already, let's take the opportunity to bring her to places further afield. We're spoiled for choice, though. Where should we recommend she go first? Makes sense. That's where we started out too, after all. Mondstadt City, Star Snatch Cliff, Windrise, and Sweet Madams. Oh, gotta jot everything down.
Oh, Ningguang is up on her jade chamber, to be expected. I assume she's down here with Baiju.
Your cold was caused by the physical and mental strain you've been under lately, I fear. Such things are more common with the changing of the seasons. As you say. However, while colds can be cured with medication, overexertion could cause it to reoccur. I will write up some more nourishing dietary prescriptions. Please, take things slow and avoid weakening your body too much. Not at all. Diagnosing, treating, and saving people are well within my duties. But
kind of sad there's no, like, Zhao or Albedo. At least I don't think there's any Zhao or Albedo ones. We'll take care of Noelle. Some of it's because you're using a great sword. Let's go see Diluc. Wait. Let's go see Diana first. Okay, we're at our limit for mint seeds. try to get far away from them. I didn't expect them to chase me that far. I don't know where. You're an awful far away from home. I thought I saw somewhere that you could only do like 5 of these a day, but if I can do all of them in one day, it'd be great. Yeah, I know. Gotta be getting close on mushrooms and sweet flowers too. I'm assuming he's inside. Not there. Oh, he's eating. Or, well, I guess more like drinking tea. Not if you're running low. Oh, let's go see Rosaria again. Okay, I need to take a break with my finger from using it to press on the button. I don't think it's from the actual injury. I think it's just starting to ache because I'm having to press the side of it into the controller. Rosaria. I mean, he could have come to Mondstadt through.
I've heard much about your deeds, Mr. Stanley. But I'm afraid... Oh, yes. We still don't have quite enough people. See, a little bird told me that the legendary treasure hoarder, Big Sis of the South, has the batch of goods I'm moving to Leeway in her sights.
Stanley, want me to talk to Catherine about this and help this good gentleman out a bit? I wasn't planning on running any errands in Dornman Port anyway.
Ah, that would be wonderful. I can't thank you enough. Dornman Port, you say? Isn't that quite close to Mondstadt? That should make our route very safe indeed. Of course, I'll still need the bulk of manpower on my end instead. Money's no object, so just gather as many of your comrades as you can. What? What are you talking about?
Wait, sister? Is something the matter with him?
I don't know any treasure hoarders. I'm innocent, you hear? You?
Oh, damn. Alright. Cloud Retainer's gonna make us climb all the way up Snarstadt. She hates us. I really wish there was a teleport point here. I can see her. I can see the top of her head.
Hey, Shenyan! You're here after all! You seem like you're in a good mood. Right? You're not angry anymore, are you?
Yeah, we can take you to meet Barbados if you'd like.
It would have felt awful if we made you spend all that effort climbing up here only
He's
for
a
you not
good
to enjoy
friend.
yourself.
Good friend of the channel.
That's true. Paimon almost forgot that she's a big illuminated bird. What Paimon means to say is that we're no match for your super duper adeptal powers. She can attest to that. It was a tough climb to the summit the first time we
Still a
came here.
tough climb.
Speaking of, why are you alone? Paimon thought Ganyu, Shenhe, or the others might come
Well,
along with
Shenhe
you.
needs to make a bunch of money back. And Ganyu, I don't think, can take vacation days.
You really are like one of those wandering heroines from the stories.
Huh? Oh, that makes total sense. All right then, let's take some photos. Thanks a lot, Shanyan. Right, sure. Did Paimon not wipe off the biscuit crumbs from breakfast? Ooh, Paimon? Huh. You have a look. But the photos you had us take of you had a whole eye full of pretty scenery. Why the change?
No, she's making fun of the other adept eye. Let's try Inazuma for the Kokomi one. No. Still nothing. Here's our Yao Yao one. And then I'll have to take a look at who else I'm supposed to be looking for. There. Oh, I think that she's up with Granny. With Madam Ping, sorry, not Granny. Oh, you're so cute, Yao Yao. Yeah, you are still a child, Yao Yao. You don't need to be worrying about. Which I'm guessing means... Oh, I thought they'd be up in Chinksa Village. Maybe I need to do this Kazuha one. Kazuha's gonna make me climb.
I don't like the rain.
Well, at least we'll be healed. Okay. Where art thou? What time is it? It's not bad. Kazuha, are you just like emo boy standing in the rain? Is that what this is? Zhongli again?
This weather is perfect. We should move out.
I'm gonna go get some teleport points while I'm here. It'll be a good opportunity to do so. I have to say, these definitely would have probably been a little more impactful with the voice acting, but at the same time, I've always kind of been like, I think it would be cool for them to just have the characters kind of out and about even without voice acting. Hello again, Zhongli. Oh, you don't have a lot to do at the funeral parlor these days? Amber, Pitching, and Coconut. Amber would be in Mondstadt somewhere. might have to wait a day. I might have to wait till reset. Yeah, because I'm not seeing them. It'll be all good though, because I'm beyond tomorrow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call it there for the day. And tomorrow, I'll get on and I'll do some TCG, I guess. Thank you.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius
Bye.
are working hard.
Bye-bye. Oh, shit. It's been 5.5 hours.